ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between. This is amazing. I am back here on UMRV for the last time of Farm Sim 22. Now, I know a lot of you are like, what do you mean? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to slowly but surely start doing my last play, like role plays and stuff like that on certain maps, because we are a little bit less than 4 months away from seeing Farm Sim 25, and I'm so excited for it. It's not funny. But by doing that, I also believe we should be doing a simple old roleplay on each of my favorite maps. And what better way to start a new roleplay series but on the UMRV map that started this channel. And for all those that remember, this was my #1 viewed video for the longest time. So ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all so very much. Love and support y'all given to me over the Farm Sim 22. So let's go into this roleplay and have fun. 5 months ago to this day, my grandfather stepped down and decided he wanted to retire. So he handed me the keys to the farm, but I found out it had a $1.5 million debt over his head that I need to pay off in 5 years. Will we fail? Will we succeed? Find out today's video. Alrighty, so I just put some diesel into the truck and I'm excited to get on to my grandfather's farm. It has been a few years since I last been over there. I've been in college for a little bit now. And, oh, hold up. There we go. Can't be driving out. My mirrors folded out. I forgot I folded them up when I was getting gas. So right now we're heading over to the farm, kind of seeing what we can get into, what kind of mess we can get into. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all want to see more stuff like this, please like, subscribe, do what you do best. And ladies and gentlemen, please leave a comment down below your favorite map of Farm Sim 22, and I may or may not do a series on it. And well, we are finally here at the farm. It has been so long since I've last seen it. I'm so excited. I know my grandfather had a lot of really nice machinery, and I just can't wait to start taking a look at it all and kind of seeing what all we have here at the farm. I do know he said he traded up and traded down some equipment, so it's going to be a complete surprise to me. I do know there's some employees also that do come with us. They've been taking care of the pigs and the cattle down there. We'll show y'all that in a minute. I guess first things first, we have ourselves a little Kawasaki as our little pack mule, aka our little side-by-side. And in here, he said where he kept most of his actual machines. Okay, we got ourselves a nice little lineup. We got ourselves a Case IH 2588. Love that machine to death. Oh, we also have one of my other favorite combines, a 9610. Love this combine right here. Actually, like, this was one of my favorite combines to ever use. We have ourselves an 8530, 8110, and then a Case H 5488. Not too bad. Now inside of here is probably where he has majority of like his we got our grain bag set up because we need to do some grain bags. We have ourselves a Case IH 8860 for a mower. Oh, we got another John Deere in here. We actually have two, a 7810 and then a John Deere Model A. This is old pride and joy. I remember riding on this thing so much when we were younger. We got some headers. We got ourselves some plant seeder right here. We got a hay rake, so we do need to do a lot of hay. This is his spraying rig. We have a Shafter T3000. We have ourselves some John Deere balers. A lot of just simple stuff that we need for the farm. Oh yes, can't forget my grandfather's old Wilson and then his Jetco trailer. Can't forget his actual semi-truck, good old Mac over there. The Kinseys, he has two Kinseys that we have always loved, and then he has a lot of cultivators and stuff like that, a grain cart, hay racks, all that fun stuff. I really don't think you guys want to see all that. And then let's go ahead and head down to the main farm, or not a main farm, the second farm, which is legitimately just right down the road. So we have both the trailers they use. You have his cattle pig trailer and his flatbed trailer. You have his cattle pen, which they're looking healthy. You also got them as heifers. Kind of want to see in here because I do know. Oh yeah, we got our piggies. We have 124 pigs currently. You have both of the big harvesters. Looking good, looking good. So this one right here, okay, I'll kind of explain what these do real fast. This first one right here, it turns it into silage. So this is the one you ferment in, and this is the one you mix stuff in like hay, straw, and then your extra silage to make it into total mixed rations. Looks like we got some already built up. We have our two silage wagons put over there, our hay bale storage right there. I didn't want to leave them out. Oh yeah, then you got the real workhorses of the farm. Now this, in my opinion, was the main workhorse, the 4020. This is what feeds the animals, all that fun stuff. You have the good old chopper, which is the 5830, and my personal favorite machine that he just bought not too long ago, the JCB telehandler. I love a telehandler, and I never get to use it. So the fact that I get to use it here, so excited. Well, I love to say it / hate to say it. There's no better time than right now to go ahead and get busy, because as you guys can see, we do have a $1,500,000 debt over our heads. And so that's going to be very crucial. Oh, actually, let's go show you the land we do own. Don't pay any of this stuff attention. I have to own it to edit some parts of the map. We own field 10 up here, 12, 43. We lease field 45, field 50, 46, and 38. That should be all we own. So we do own a lot of fields. Now, they are spread out. My grandfather at one point owned all the fields over here, but as he slowly but surely started losing the farm, he kind of sold it all, and now they're wanting ridiculous money to buy it back, which hopefully we can start buying some of that back eventually. We do have good news on some stints, because 43 and 10 are already planted. Those are already pre-planted with wheat, so we don't need to really worry about those. The first thing we need to do is, I guess, come out here and look at the fields, kind of see what needs to be done. I know this field right here, he said had a really bad rot problem, and I'm definitely seeing it. So currently what I'm thinking is I want to put corn, soybeans, corn, soybeans. I want to do a majority corn, and then later on we can start looking at like other properties up here. I wouldn't mind eventually purchasing that right there, but that's way too much money to be thinking about. The first thing we need to deal with is getting rid of these rocks. These rocks are not that big, so we should be able to use my grandfather's old roller to get rid of those things pretty quickly. So we're actually going to jump in the biggest tractor we have, at least on this farm, which is our 8530. Come down here and hitch it up, then we'll go ahead and pull it around, because I don't think we can open those gates and still get out with this. So we do need to pre-hitch it and back away, because I think they open on it. Back up, go. Whew. I will say I don't like the ditches around this farm at all. Alrighty, we're good to go. Make sure that gets on out of the farm. Now this is just a generic roller that my grandfather had. I really don't think, is it branded? Yeah, it's just a lizard. It's branded lizard, so it's just a generic roller. Just something nice and simple my grandfather's always owned. There we go. Ooh. Are you joking? Okay, that's not good. That's not what I wanted to see. It does look like we're going to need a rock picker of some sort to come out here. So if that's the case, I'm just going to go ahead and refold this back up. And if I need a rock picker, it'll smooth out the ground as well. So that's not what I wanted to hear. But it's also good. I could probably get one of the employees to go ahead and start on this field and get the rocks picked, but that means I do need at least a rock picker. And how much are one of those to lease? It's only okay. That's not that bad. I mean, we can honestly. No, yeah, I think we'll spring for the better one just so you can get it done faster, and it'll be easier for him to do. With that being the case, we'll run to town then and go pick up a good old rock picker on lease, and then we'll just keep running the farm for as long as we need it. What do we need? Which one? I mean, honestly, we don't even need nothing that high horsepower. We could just come over here. Yep. So we just gonna come over here and use the 7810. All right, let's get into town, get this, and get back to the farm. So we went ahead and paid for the lease online. We are gonna go ahead and take this over there and pick it up. Did want to let y'all know we did pay the $2,000 some already, so that we will have it when we get there. Alrighty, so we have picked up our good old rock machine. We're gonna take it back to the farm and get one of the employees to go ahead and start on it. Most likely Jacob or maybe Chris, we'll see. Alright, now this right here should fix our issues we were having a second ago. We're getting this field to become rock free. Simply just lower it, and there we go. Now we're starting to collect some rocks. So we ended up getting Jacob to go ahead and knock out this field with the rocks. We're gonna have him do the headlands first. We're gonna do one headland, and then he'll start the up and down rows. But while he does that, there's some important stuff we need to work on. All right, put this right here for a second. Now we just gotta walk over here and grab the Model A. Where did the Model A go? We do want to use the Model A real fast just to back up through all this equipment and grab the sprayer, because we do need to spray the wheat today and put a little bit extra fertilizer on the wheat. We don't have a whole lot as of right now, or realistically enough for the wheat. Now we are not going to be using this to spray with. We're going to be using the 8110 to spray with, but since we need to get it out of that shed, I figured the best way to do that would be just to pull it out with the Model A and let this old girl have a little bit of fun and breathe for a little bit, because you do guys have to stretch it up every now and then. And actually, I'm going to let the employee, I'm going to let probably Chris go through that and see what's wrong with it, because I do have to head to town and pick up a couple of containers of fertilizer so that we do have something to spray on those fields. Yeah, we're probably going to pick up a new trailer while we're in town as well. Just something short, sweet, and simple that we don't need to worry about it anymore. So while we're driving to town, this is the first field we do need a spray of wheat. We're just trying to get as much of a yield boost as we can. All right, they just gave me the green light. We've already spent another $16,000 on a fertilizer. We went ahead and got 5 totes of it. Should be enough just to last us through the rest of Lease what we need for right now. I was also already talking to them about leasing a Anhydrous rig so that we can get our Anhydrous work done ahead of time. So we have Chris in the truck back there behind us, just following us to the field, so that we do have all of the chemicals and all that fun stuff we will need. Right now we're taking the 8110 to field 43, then we'll be heading to field 10. And I figured why not just have somebody drive the truck so that we can keep it near us at all times. Come on, come on. Okay, we're good. Alrighty, so he's gonna park it right there. Keep it out of our way. We're just gonna unfold the sprayer. We actually want to raise that up as high as we can get it, because we do not want to be knocking too much of the weed off. So far, so good. Now this right here, I'm not expecting honestly to really need to put down too much, but I do know we're putting down 53 gallons to the acre, and honestly that's a lot of acreage. I mean, this is not a little bit of acreage, and that's a lot of chemical going down. So with no further ado, let's get spraying this field. Now we're heading down the road. We're heading to the next field. We are going all the way up to field 10. That is a nice long drive, but thank God it's only just straight roads pretty much there. We do have to actually get on an interstate for a little bit, but once we get on the interstate, we just get right back off like 3 feet from it. So we are here at the second location, or second place. Now we do own all this stuff right here. We own that spare shed. I don't know if we're actually going to use it or not. I'm actually in talks with a couple of farmers that are closer to here that are interested in renting it. I just want the field at the end of the day. My grandfather used to actually run it. He used to run this thing hard when he had a lot of fields. I do believe at one point he said he used to own like half of the places near here. So it does make sense why he owns this still. I do want to see if I can find somebody to lease this out to, because I'm personally not interested in keeping it, especially that cattle barn back there. There's no point in me keeping that and the current one with only 21 cattle. So if I can lease it out and make an extra 20 grand a year off of it, well, that's 20 more grand that this field and this place was making me. Alrighty, so we're just gonna go ahead and start spraying this weed as well. Shouldn't take us too long with this one. I'm gonna focus down here at the back first and get this knocked out, then we'll get the front knocked out separate, because the front is way bigger than this back portion. I can definitely say we are using a lot more chemical than I thought we would be, but it's nothing that we're not prepared for. All right, we refilled this joker. We got to get back over there to the other side of the field and finish spraying this field for the day. And just like that, we are now done with spraying the fields for at least right now. We do need to move on back to the farm and start looking at getting some anhydrous done, which is now the next step. But we also need to check on our rock guy to make sure he's empty, ready to go. He did give me a phone call a little bit earlier saying, hey, I'm still having an issue with the rocks. I can't figure out how to unload this thing. So we may have messed up and gave him the wrong switches to unload it with. So we're just going to go check it out real fast. Alrighty, so what we're going to do the simplest thing we can. Kind of set this off right here, turn the key. Since we don't need this right now, we're good. I'm also going to tell Chris to head on. We're going to take the truck down here to the field where we have the rock picker right now going with Jacob. Let's kind of see what Jacob's up to and see if he's still having those issues that he was telling me about earlier. Alrighty, so far this field looks actually amazing. I'm loving the way it looks. Yep, as I thought. He got stick and he's still yet to figure it out. All right, what's going on? All right, let me take over. So since this is just some simple rocks, we'll just come down here to this part of the land and kind of back it up into here. And all righty, she's back up and she's back to running. We'll let him keep on working on that. We need to start focusing on getting our anhydrous done. That would be the next big part of the farm, next big part of the deal today. Right now, we're taking the 8530 down to the co-op area, or Tractor Supply really is what they do around here, to pick up a anhydrous tank, which will cost us another 15 grand, including to fill the anhydrous tank. But we do need to get that filled right there, at least anhydrous, so it has some time to settle, because we need to direct plant it as soon as we can. We're probably looking at planting here within the next day or two. Now this is the cool part of everything. They told me just to come over here, grab any set of tanks, fill it up first, and then come back for whatever size of bar we need. Because I am a platinum member with them and I'm spending a lot of money with them already. They do let me have the free rentals of these things. Now if I do decide to downgrade in the lower future, I will of course have to pay for rentals of tanks and fun stuff like that. $19,000 is what we're spending on anhydrous. Okay, now of course if we come back, we can actually sell it back to them if needed. Well, right now we're gonna take everything back. We did end up picking up the biggest anhydrous bar we could get, or the toolbar we could get, because I want to get this thing wrapped up as quick as we can, and a big anhydrous bar just seems like fun at this point. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm so sorry about the last one we did. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that the framing was messed up. So this should be a lot better. It should look a lot better than the last one. But hey, we're back. We're going to start today. We're going to start today with planting. So I'm going to be planting a field, and I'm going to get one of the other workers to start planting a field. So on top of that, we also went ahead and got this field fully anhydrous, and we picked up that field to fully anhydrous it. We also got this one done as well. So we have 3 fields fully anhydrous. The ones we're going to plant in corn are, and then the fields that we're going to plant in beans are done, because we're not going to put anhydrous on them. But with that being said, we are going to do a little bit of bean planting today. It's going to be my main focus, I think. And just getting, honestly, all the planting done today will be my main focus, because I would like not to drag out planting, harvest, all that stuff. I want to just kind of get it and go, get the stuff done. But also in the same sense, I don't know what to do. So we're at a point where I have to make a decision on where do I want to plant what am I going to do with what, and when am I going to do this. So as you guys can see here, it is the first day of planting corn and beans. So if we plant all the corns and beans on this day, we'll be able to harvest it here. And that's also when you can plant wheat, barley. So we will still be able to plant the wheat and barley when we want to. We could also go ahead and pre-plant the wheat fields back with barley, or plant them with oats, or something similar to this right here. I'm just trying to figure out what is our plans going to end up being, because because we need to know. Now, I mean, I could put down a field of oats down, harvest it here, and then replant it with canola, for example, to double crop that field in the same year. But once it gets back to here, I'll have my options of these crops. I don't want to do that to myself. I want to keep myself where I'm harvesting the field during this time, planting the field during this time of the wheat or the barley that we want to do, and then kind of doing that situation. So we don't have to specifically choose the field that we want to do. Our main focus right now is going to be planting these fields all with beans to start with. Then we're going to plant with corn. I know these bigger fields are going to be nice for the good old corn crop, but should not be too bad from there. So one important thing that we do need to do is go ahead and pull these semi-truck trailers out of the way, because this is the shed that we do store all of our planters in. So we do need to make sure it is clean and open to be able to snatch and grab. Alrighty, so we're going to attach this up to here. Go ahead and set it up for beans. One thing we are going to do is pull it around front, make sure she's all ready to go. I'm probably going to have Chris go ahead and look over this machine, make sure she's ready to rock and roll. Here's the fun part: since we're planting beans first, we can actually run 3 different tractors at one time. And so with that being the case, we're also going to get this tractor out. We are going to use that tractor right there for the other Kinsey, but we're going to use this tractor for the John Deere seeder, because the seeder can also plant the bean crop. I do want to see what kind of yield differences we'll get out of a seeded bean crop compared to a planted with a planter crop. Go ahead and back this up. All right, she looks ready to rock and roll. All righty, so we're just going to go ahead and take all this into town. We do need to make sure to return this, especially the anhydrous tanks. We do have a good amount left. We did have them top it up just a tad bit, so we do need to make sure that they do correct it. It should be set down to 50. They came back out here when it was at 50% to make sure we had plenty of a tank. So we're going to only get like a 50% refund on our original tank. So let's go ahead and take this on back to the place where we got it from and be able to hopefully get some of that money back. Alrighty, so we did get an $8,000 refund on our account. So that will give us hopefully enough money to come over here. We do need to look at buying some seed. And of course, I forgot the... Well, I don't have a seed tender. Well, looks like we're going to have to come back over here. And since we do have that little bit of money, I guess we're going to rent a seed tender. I'm just going to get one of the nice ones I don't want to deal with. We get one of these fully auto ones. Since we do all of our business with the tractor supply here, we don't need to really worry about it at all. So we're just going to snatch this and kind of just snag and go. Alrighty, so that only ended up costing us $7,000 to get all this seed. So now we have enough seed. We will be heading back to the farm to go ahead and get our job done, which is fill up the seeders and just get to work with planting soybeans first, especially since they're the furthest out fields. Now we are going to probably get a nice good convoy going out and go to each person's setup first to make sure they get set up and going with their respective fields. All right, so first thing we gotta do is go ahead and pull up here. Looks like we need to pull the red tractor, the good old Case IH, forward a little bit, make sure we can start filling these boxes up. Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting this entire planter filled. Is that it? Yep, she's 100%. Now we can start folding her back up. The boys did go ahead and set up the planters ready to rock and roll for beans, which I am so grateful that they did that for us. Oh no, there's something that looks so cool about seeing a lineup of tractors behind you. All the boys are behind me right now. We're just getting rocking and rolling down the road. We do have a hot little bit to go because none of these fields right here around the farm are, of course, bean fields, and they're all corn. So we do got a nice little long drive in front of us. I just did want to show y'all the nice line of tractors heading down to the fields. We are going to head down here next to the ethanol plant first, which is field 38. We're going to drop off one, then we're going to head up here to field 32, and then of course I'm heading up to the field I'm going to do, which is field 22. All right, it looks like he is getting underway. We're going to get some soybeans planted in this field. This is of course 9.5 acres of tillable land, so we'll let him get to his job done. Now it's time for me to get the rest of this crew on down the road to the next field so we can get to the Case IH rocking and rolling and yeah, have some fun. Alrighty, so it's just gonna be me and the seed center. We're gonna head on down to the last field that we need to get working on, and that will be field 22, which I'm a-okay with working on that field. So we're here at the big field. We are gonna go ahead and start our headland passes, at least just to go ahead and get those knocked out. Then we're gonna go ahead and do our up and down rows, get this field knocked out. This isn't a huge field, but this is a pretty good sized field just for us to be working on. And just like that, we are officially done with planting the soybeans That actually didn't take as long as I thought it was going to take, and I think the other two boys, yep, they're pretty much done to go, and they're ready to rock and roll as well. Let me go ahead and get these boys turned back around, and we'll go pick up everybody, and probably go ahead and me and the other guy will start working on getting the corn planted. I can definitely say I do not like this road whatsoever. This thing is beating our equipment half to death, and I'm not a big fan of it. Neither is Jason or Jacob back there. We are not the biggest of fans, but hey, it's the best we've got for right now. All right, now we're going to hit some nice pavement for a little bit. We're all at 4 feet. Then we're going to make an immediate turn. All right, time to come pick up this guy from down here and take him back. I've already gotten a call from the other guy. He said he went on head back to the farm, so we didn't have to go all the way back over there. He has planted the field. I did make sure with the map. So as you see here, he has planted that field right there. I do kind of want to pick up this field right here a little bit, but we don't have the money or nowhere near the money. But at the end of this year, we need to look at picking up that field or like this field, that field, honestly. Just a simple, nice, good field that'd be big enough for us. All right, looks like he's ready to rock and roll. I'm going to do a good old swing. Me and the truck can both get returned around and ready to rock and roll out of here. And there we go. Both these boys are able to follow me. We'll head on back down to the main farm, get these plants switched over to corn, get these things out in the field as soon as we can, because honestly, we're pretty much ready to rock and get the corn knocked out and finished as soon as possible, especially with there only being 3 fields of corn we need to do. Hopefully we're looking pretty soon to start getting ready to harvest the wheat, which would be amazing right now to start harvesting wheat. Oh, that'd be great. All right, well, we're kind of just heading down the road here. I'm gonna go ahead and start playing the monitor and get her switched over to corn, and we'll just simply flip the switches on the planters. It does look like Case IH is struggling to keep up, so once he gets up here, then we'll start focusing on getting it set up as well. But looks like he's coming down the road right now. Good to see him finally showing up for work. Alrighty, so we're just gonna go ahead and flip everything over to corn on these, so that we can get these 3 fields that we have down here near the farm ready to go. When I ain't got Chris start this field, we're going to have him do the completeness of this field. Shouldn't take him too long to do. So we're going to get corn on this. We got Jacob down there on that. I want to go ahead and get started on mowing some grass so that we do have a little bit of grass saved up and put away for a little bit of time. And maybe even give a load of feed to the cattle, which may not be the worst idea in the world. Alrighty, so first thing is first, we have to go ahead and get ourselves some pig feed. So we're gonna give them the last of the sorghum that we have. Now we do have, of course, our Brent grain cart. I do know some of y'all were probably wondering, what do we use it for? We use it for hauling grain, of course, to the good old pigs. That's not open, so I'm just gonna turn right back around. Please don't bother the tractor down too much. Go, go, go. I'll say this 8110, every tractor here on this farm is getting its fair share of usage out of them. So we do, of course, use this big 8110 to haul grain from down here all the way up to the main farm, or to the animal farm, as I like to call it. We do keep a lot more of our animal stuff up here, like our mowing stuff, all that fun stuff. Everything to do with animals are pretty much up here. Probably need to put some straw in there with the pigs. Wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Let's go ahead and pull up here. Give the old pigs some sorghum. Come on, at least check on the old gals. See how they're doing. So we do have 120 that are females, and this is one of the big males right here. Yeah, we got 120 of these. We have 4 big males right here, and they are pretty much the lifeline of the farm. Alrighty, we got that knocked out. I do want to take some of this silage that we have in this. So these are our, I don't know how to explain this correctly. These are our, basically where we make our silage and all that fun stuff. So what we're going to do, we're going to load up some of our, not all, but we're going to load some of our silage in here, go all the way back around. We have it a one-way system where you do have to go all the way back around. I don't like it that much. I might try to put in like another road so that you can do quicker turns, but for right now, we got to deal with what we got to deal with. I don't want the workers coming over here having to get in each other's way. It just don't seem like a great time, and also it's just easier to have everything set up right now as a one-way system. Now we're gonna let that go ahead and unload directly into the TMR vat, and it shouldn't take too long to let all that unload. And actually, while that's unloading, go ahead and use our telehandler. Back this on out of here, and we'll grab some hay bales, I believe. Yeah, we'll go ahead and grab some hay bales. I do need to check, see how many hay bales we do have in here. That's straw hay. Okay, we do have 62. I don't want that many. I'm probably just gonna put 5 for right now inside of the actual machine, and this will of course make all of our feed mixture that we need for like the TMR. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and pull this out of the way. We don't need her for at least a little bit now. Go get the rest of those bales, bring them back over here. Now the tailing handler is one of those machines that can go back and forth as need. It's kind of one of those things, if you don't have a trailer, you're not forced to go all the way around, but if you have a trailer of some sort, or you're pulling something behind you, you need to go all the way around just to make sure safety is our primary factor. Goes down right there. While she is making TMR, we're going to go ahead and get the 4020 started up, ready to rock and roll. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. She didn't want to start. All right, let's throw some good old ether in her. There we go. Should be all she needs. Come on, come on, come on. There she goes. Now she's fired. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna let her warm up, the engine warm up just a tiny little bit in her. Man, we do need to go ahead and detach that though. We're going to detach that. There we go. Put the hoses back up there nice and neat. Yeah, we are going to need that at some point. But for right now, let's go ahead and make sure we have our TMR mixer ready to rock and roll. Now, this does a really good job. Make sure that we're actually putting out a good blend. But oh no, that's not what I wanted. All right, try that again. All right, so we're gonna pull underneath the TMR mixer and we'll go ahead and directly fill it up with some good old TMR. Now we do have the TMR mixer filled up, but the reason we do that is just because you never know, there may be extra clumps or something like that mixer couldn't get. So we let the big mixer the wagon mixer as we call it, go ahead and handle all that stuff. Man, this 4020 is a beast of a tractor. Something about using that down here at the cattle farm just means so much. It feels so good to do it. Go ahead and open up the gates. Let's go ahead and get this old girl underneath here and unloading. Oh yeah, how you doing, Betsy? Go ahead and start unloading that while I'm doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, it's starting to run to it. Oh, they want some food. They hungry. They some hungry cows. Shouldn't be too much hungry. They had some already left in here, but good to see the cows hungry as always. All right, just backing up the old 5020, or you saying 50? I do want to buy a 5020 eventually, but backing up the old 4020. We're gonna detach that right here and attach to this lovely machine, which this thing right here makes our job so easy. It is like the best purchase on this farm in my opinion. So we're gonna actually lower that back a little bit. Perfect. Now we just got to go ahead and get this machine over here, and time to take it back out and get some more work done with her. We're just gonna load up probably 2 bales per animal per animal. So 2 beds for the hogs, or 2 bales for the hogs and 2 bales for the cattle. Straw, so we want to go with 4 bales. So we'll go ahead and spawn both those bales. There we go. Now I do know a lot of y'all are probably wondering why I went with a bale shed instead of like normally just throwing them in a shed. It's just so that I save lag. This is a solo playthrough, so I don't want any lag hardly, because I want to just experience a good quality gameplay for a little bit. Multiplayer, I love it to death, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing without multiplayer, but come on, Giants. Let's fix multiplayer. Like, I work with you, you work with me. Let's fix some of the issues that are so common with multiplayer. There we go. Now, this is the one machine that does get special privilege on the farm. And it can go any route it wants to go because, or not any route, but it can go the opposite route. And that's because it does have the chute that goes out the other direction. So we do have to pull it up close this direction right here. Go ahead and start unloading this into there. Go ahead and give the pigs something to relax and lay on. I do like that about this machine. You can load 2 bales up at one time, one on the back, one in the machine. Unload the first one and then immediately just push it forward using hydraulics. Pigs have something to lay on. Now let's get these cattle something to lay on or munch on. The cattle end up munching on this a lot more than the pigs do. So it's all about what they're willing to do. Throw it in here, throw it around this area, let them have something to eat and lay on. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and pull on out of here. We have the cattle taken care of for the day. Go ahead and pull on out. Don't really need to bother these cattle too much more. There we go. Now, the next part of the day, we need to head back to the main farm. I did have the mower there. I was getting some of the blade sharpened on it, which is very important to do sometimes. So I'll head over there real quickly and get that done and get it back over here so we can get to work with it and mow the pasture land one more time. Well, maybe not one more time. We'll probably cut it about 2 times this year, and after that second cut, then we'll come in with a cultivator and cultivate that grass underneath and actually plant what I call good grass down. And the mower should be in as simply as inside of here. Here she is, the good old Case IH. She looks ready to rock and roll to me, so we're going to take her on over here to the road and get this thing working with the mowing the grass down. And we are going to do both sides of the road, so we're going to do that portion over there and the main portion, which is going to be the big old field. So far, the Case mower looks like she's doing a pretty decent job. We are, of course, taking out some of these close bushes. I will say these bushes down here have really eaten up a lot of the land down here. So we've got to reclaim some of that area, especially when we go and make this into a proper field. Now, some of those areas like that right there, let them claim it. Down there, I'm not going to fight too hard for that piece of land, but right here, if it's right here close to me, I'm going to nip it if I can, because there's no point in fighting for this stuff that's going to be a pain. You get a baler down, I'd have to back it back up. I want to just keep it short, sweet, and simple. The one really cool thing about this mower here, it has a tedder mode, which I can turn the tedder on and off, and then it has just a plain grass mode. Right now we are going for hay, so I do have the tedder mode turned on. I'm not I messed up there. I shouldn't have came this close to it. So I do want to kind of I want that piece of machine. So I don't want to go down there to that part because I want to stay on actual high ground, so I'm not fighting with the baler too much to keep it level. I'm gonna just go ahead and mow this area out. So now that we have everything kind of marked off, I'm gonna go ahead and get this little bit of section mowed, maybe baled, I don't know yet. It all depends on what we need to still do after I'm done with this. So I just got done with windrowing that entire field up. So we did finish mowing it and make sure we got it fully windrowed and ready to rock and roll. Now we just got to move on over to the baling portion, and it is going to be a fine morning this morning. Kind of did get started a little bit later than I do like normally to do, but hey, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, better than no time. So a lot of the boys should be getting here pretty soon. I'm not too sure when time they'll be here. All I know is they said they'll be here at some point during the day. I went ahead and bought a new pressure washer for the farm. Our old one, I couldn't find it, and so I needed one ASAP. It was only $4 grand. Maybe my grandfather took it with him, I don't know. After he kind of got done, he went in and took a lot of the equipment his way. All right, we'll go ahead and hook up to the round baler. We're not going to do any small square bales just yet, especially since the first run, we do want it to be kind of the best quality bales we can get. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I don't have a diesel tank around here anywhere. That's not good. Looks like it's time to go to the store already and go return what's left of the seed we had, and on top of that, return this seed tender as well. Everything is already planted. That's corn, that's corn, that's corn, and the rest is beans like it should be, or wheat. One thing I definitely do love is heading directly into town here, and we are almost at Tractor Supply. We're gonna go ahead and drop this off and then get the diesel and head directly back to the shop because we have plenty of work to do today, and I'm excited to get everything done. Which actually we might end up going ahead and giving them a quick call here a little bit later to see if we can get them to come out with some lime and start dumping in some of our field interests. Go ahead and return that. We'll give them a text later on, see if we can actually exchange that for some lime, because I want to put down lime on one field that's already planted to kind of see if there's going to be any of a difference in the yields. So we are going to stop at the BP, kind of pick up some diesel inside of it, which actually our main truck needs some diesel as well. And we're also going to go ahead and buy diesel with the trailer. That's going to be 660 gallons of diesel. And that right there costed us $9,000, which hopefully this right here does last us long enough on the farm. I don't know how long it's going to last, but it should last us long enough. The first thing we need to do is get to either harvest or something like that. But one thing we're definitely going to have to look at doing is possibly getting an extension on our loan by another 100K and just guaranteedly pay that off at the end of this year. Because right now it looks like if I want to do this lime experiment, especially to just go ahead and see what we can get done, I'm going to need more money. And more money is going to be the main goal. So one of the fields I definitely want to try it on, if we do end up going with it, would be our cornfield right here. I want to try on a cornfield and a bean field. So I want to probably do it on our two biggest fields, see if we get any kind of yield bonus. And definitely at the end of this year, kind of put lime on. It's just, I want to go into it and do the right thing first. But before we do that, even think about putting lime down, let's make sure our tractor here, or the tractor I always see myself in, has some diesel in it first. There we go. We're good to go now. We'll go ahead and turn back around. I really need to open up that gate over there. Not doing it yet. Let's go ahead and get this field baled, picked up, and put away. We don't got to worry about that, and that's another job ticked off on our list. And hopefully by the time we get this field up here done, we'll be looking at already figuring out if we are going to be doing the loan or not. Alrighty, we're producing the first bale, and that looks like a bale to me. I want to get out and make sure she's compacted right. We ain't got to worry about nothing. Okay. The net looks pretty good to me. We ain't got to worry. Looks like the old 535 is doing pretty good. As long as this baler keeps doing its job, we'll keep doing ours. And well, it took no time at all to get all that done. We did end up with a total of 16 new bales, which is what I'm talking about right there. We're going to back this up a little bit, actually, kind of give that room over there, because we are about to start moving bales, and the best way to move them is with the telehandler. Now, of course, with this all just being hay bales, we're just going to put them directly in the barn and use our old stock before we use the new stock kind of situation. All right, just going to simply spike both of those and go ahead and put them over here out of the way. So we got to move all 16 bales, which if we do 2 at a time like we're doing right now, will only be about 8 trips, which isn't that bad. I do need to start lifting these up a little bit more. I know it's a little bit more dangerous, but I got to see where I'm going. There we go. Got 4 out of 8 in there. I mean, 4 out of 16. Let's get all these in there. Shouldn't take me too much longer to get all this done. Alrighty, we're just gonna go ahead and take these last 2 bales right here on over to the bale storage, and we'll have all 16 bales picked up. I kind of lost some of the bales there, one of the bales there for a little bit. Well, let me rephrase that. In my mind, I lost one. Somehow I found it. I don't know. I don't understand it. One of those days, people. But we do got the good news now, and that is we are officially done with that. We have all 16 bales inside of there. Actually, before we put that up, just kind of check and make sure the animals are good. Yep, all right, just looked at the animals. All the animals are ready to go. None of them need any food as of right now. So since nobody needs, oh, never mind. I need this. So since we do not have a wheel loader of any kind, I'm just going to use the JCB. We cannot afford a wheel loader at this time, so we will be able to use the JCB, especially since it's got this nice little bucket on the end. So I have to go immediately over to the shop house and kind of make some phone calls, see what we can do about getting a semi-truck load or 2 of lime to some fields. I want to at least probably get 1 for right now to the main field, which is going to be the cornfield, and kind of go from there and see if we need more or not. But to do that, we also need to talk to the banker. We gotta see what the banker can do for us and help us out with it. Alrighty, so what we're gonna do, we're getting a loan for 100K. We're doing a 5-year period. I know we're like, oh, that's a lot, but if we do a 5-year period on it, it allows us to go ahead and take it out with only a $1,800 payment every month, which is honestly just barely enough to make it to this. We do have a $20,000 payment we have to pay every month for the other one. I'm gonna go ahead and call the co-op, get them to deliver a load of lime to one, and then get ready for another one, because we should have it in here. Let me take a look. Yep, we have a Wilmar Super 800. Love this thing to death. This thing should hopefully work still. If it doesn't, we are going to be in a massive trouble, because some of those bigger spreading machines over there at the co-op, they do cost money, unlike some of the things we get free. Like if it's like attached to a tractor, we get those for free, but if it's a big spreader, we have to pay for those still. So let me get them the calls. Let's get it done. Let's get the loads in the field. Ah, look at here. And they are coming down the road as we are as well. No better timing than as of right now. So we'll go ahead and pull on into here, and we'll kind of instruct them. We're probably going to put it like right there out of the way of everything, kind of close to the fence. So I'm going to go ahead and have a conversation with them real fast and tell them where to put it. And if they can't put it there, I'm going to put it there myself. Alrighty, she told me just to go ahead and put it wherever I want, so I get to use her fancy dancy Volvo truck. And I just say, this is a nice truck. I wish we had one of these on our farm instead of the Max. Good Lord. A nice truck like this would be really handy. Yep, and there she goes. She's heading down the road again, and we are going to get ourselves to some work. So I will say, since we're having to dig so much out here, they're probably not going to be so much of a good corn growing right there. But it shouldn't hurt too much. Alrighty. Looks like we got this thing full. I'm gonna do a little bit of the work before I do set one of the guys to it. I just kind of want to do this little bottom area down here and just kind of see. Oh yeah, we're gonna have ourselves a wonderful time. Alrighty, so I just threw the drone up. We're gonna kind of go take a look, see what we can get done. And oh, you see her working over here in the distance. Kind of speed it up a little bit. Man, if that don't look good right there. A good old Case IH putting down some lime in a field. Oh, that just looks so good. I just wish it would have went all the way out to the edges, but hey, I'm not going to complain too much if we miss some of the edges, because honestly, that's where your worst yields are, so I can live with it. Now, if you start skipping stuff in the middle, that's where we're going to have problems. So as you can kind of see here, we're taking this from about a 5.75 and a 6, and we're taking it all the way to a 6.25 or a 650. In some areas you have a little bit better. I mean, we're taking it to 7 in some areas, not 7.25, thank God. But we are doing this field a lot of good favors by putting that lime on. Now, so a lot of these other fields we're not going to put lime on just yet. Honestly, this lime right here, with how little we're actually applicating, I thought we were going to be putting more on with how little we're actually putting. This right here should do at least a bean field and maybe another corn. This lime is definitely a really heavy, dense material. So I'm having to make sure to pick it up very carefully, because if I don't, it will just throw my entire machine over and I'm gonna end up having a really bad day if I damage this thing too badly. All right, and now we just gotta sit back, relax, and kind of do this. Just liming is pretty much the last things we have to deal with now. So I gotta do one quick dump. I'm gonna unload this one in there real fast, just because we have like a few more feet over there that we have to finish up, and that is more than enough. So we ended up doing exactly what I said, and we did not use nowhere near all of it. So we're gonna actually take we need to load it into something, or just do a bunch of trips. I really don't want to do the trips. Let's load this up first, and I'm gonna get the workers to go ahead and take this up to the field and get started. I'm gonna get them to go up to field 32 so that we don't have to worry about that either. Alrighty, so there goes the tractor down the road. I'm actually gonna run back to the farm. I think I have an idea that we can use. Alrighty, so right now we're taking the Brent over here. We're going to use the Brent to load up what's left, and take it over there to the other field. I think the Brent is honestly the best decision we could make. I don't have another done one, so we're gonna make it work. We'll say I'm definitely starting to regret this. This corn down here, if it even germinates at all, I'll be amazed. But how much I'm just having to continuously back up over it to keep loading this wagon. All right, let's go and close these gates up real fast. Gotta close them up so I can get to that last little piece. Yeah, so we have used a good amount, but we haven't used it all yet. We at least didn't use an entire load of this. All right, let's go ahead and get this stuff on the road down there to the other machine, because he is going to need this stuff as soon as we can get it down there. So even as much as I don't want to, we are going to head up to our field 22 to kind of lime that area. Hopefully it doesn't take too much to lime it, or too much time to lime it, honestly. But I was kind of looking at what we did over there. We didn't even use 50% of that. So there's a chance with one full truckload, we could honestly lime everything. All of our stuff. Go ahead and get ready to shut this off up here. There we go. I can tell you I'm living in love with that kind of a situation. Yes, it may slow us, but hey, I would rather do this than have it clean up, especially right here in this place. We have no real place over here to let our lime just sit on the ground so we can load it properly. But now we have a place that we can do this stuff. I did go ahead and call one of the girls to bring us the fuel trailer. They'll be here in a few minutes. I imagine we're about ready to pack up once they get here, but hey, if we can at least fuel up and send them back to the shop, I'd rather do that than at least have that tractor run all the way back to the shop just for diesel. Alrighty, looks like the girls are here, or looks like the girl is here. So we'll go ahead and fill up the old tractor, and then we'll probably fill up the other tractor and send them back on their way. Send them back to the shop, let them get more of that paperwork done. We're not going to lime every single one of the fields, so I'm going to leave this field down here as beans, and I'm going to lime this field as well. So this is going to be corn. It's not going to be limed either. It's just we don't need to lime everything because we need to know what the actual yield differences are, or did we waste the money kind of situation. And because once we do this harvest, we won't necessarily need to do another one, I don't think. Alrighty, all three of us are heading down here. We're heading to the last field that we are going to be putting lime on. After this, whatever's left, I'm gonna go see what we can do about selling it back. I don't really know what to do. It's one of those iffy situations where do we keep it? If we do, where do we put it? We don't really know what to do right now. And just like that, we have our last field of corn that we are going to be liming. Now, this is, of course, right next to that field. I know we kind of did a loop, and that's what I was wanting to do, is wanting to start here, go all the way over there to come back to this field. It helps us round out the day. Perfect. And actually, here come the boys now. So we got the spreader coming first, and I can only imagine the limer. I can imagine the 8110 is a little bit further behind because the tractor struggles. It doesn't, I don't know what about it, doesn't have the power it should, and we might want to look into eventually replacing that tractor. So that over there holds about 10 yards. And we got 14 in there. I think what we are going to do is once that's done lime spreading, we are just going to go ahead and fill it back up and whatever's left. This is a trick. We have lime, so we're probably just going to go return it. Would be the best thing to do, is just go return what we don't use. And yes, I know I probably should just keep on putting lime out, but I really want to see the yield differences in the tests just to kind of see a little bit more information on all of it. Alrighty. We are off. I'm just gonna turn it off because this is technically our home land and nobody should be down here unless it's one of the farmers, and I don't need to really warn them that I'm a slow moving vehicle. God nabbit. Ah! So just so people know, it should not be side to side like that. It should be straight up and down like this right here. Oh, that explains a lot. When did you break? That's a question. Oh no. Gonna go ahead. Oh, yep, there it went. There she went. That's fantastic. So that looks like something we got to fix now. That's never something you want to just see there in the middle of working. Oh, that's a Brent gravity wagon just gone. Only saving grace is we can now at least wash this off. Let's go ahead and wash off the spreader, and then we'll wash the tractor off as well. And we have a lot of pieces of machine to go ahead and do that. I've actually got to get the girls to call and get that right there put back, given back, because I keep forgetting to do it myself. Man, just seeing that makes me so mad. Just knowing that now I've got to order the parts for that to get that fixed, because now the bad part is it's not like we can wait on it for harvest season. I don't care for harvest season. It's the fact that animals, we can't feed our animals unless we have it. I'm gonna go switch this out for some forks, and we're gonna try to stabilize it a little bit better. Ooh, actually, I have a better idea. We don't even need that. I knew there was a reason we had one of these. Ain't gonna lie, I kind of forgot we even had one of these. All right, let's take this over there, see if we can use this to kind of prop it up so that we're not just continuously breaking more, and let it keep bending the metal. If there's any metals that we can save, let's save it all. All right, there we go. We'll just leave that right there, kind of supporting it. Hopefully we don't bend the frame. And that's my main objective right now. Make sure that frame does not get bent whatsoever. Alrighty, so the girls went and called them to get that real fast. They've already got it and went. Next thing we gotta do is go ahead and wash off the rest of these planters. We should be good after that. Probably our next things we'd be worried about here on the farm will be spraying for weeds, and on top of spraying for weeds, maybe harvesting some wheat as well. Time to start some harvesting, baby. But we also got to get some spraying done as well. So we got a lot of stuff to honestly get done today. So first thing we do need to look here, and we can see that we do have 3 or 4 fields that we do need to hit that has weeds on it. Of course, 45, 46, 32, and of course 22. Those are all fields that have a lot of bad weed problems. So let's go ahead and we'll load that up, or not load it out, but go ahead and get that set up to get out of here. So I'm probably not going to do much of the spraying because today is also a harvest day, but we do need to go ahead and at least get the sprayer ready to go. So we do got some good news about the gravity wagon is we did go ahead and pay for some parts. Didn't cost too much. Actually, I thought it was going to cost a little bit more. We only paid about $1,000 for parts. So we should be good on that aspect. It's just the last little bits and bobs that we still have to get done with it. So first thing we need to go do is go pick up some chemicals, which honestly we need to start thinking about an actual spray trailer. So first thing we do got to do is go ahead and hitch this up real quickly. And since I'm here, I've been meaning to do this for so long, I just keep being lazy. I don't want to do it. I'm going to actually go ahead and open up both of these gates. So now we can leave and come and go, do all that stuff we need to do whenever we feel like it. So first thing we're gonna do is kind of take a look over here, just kind of see how tall the corn is. I still think that this is not tall enough for us to really do a whole lot of damage. We will do a little bit of damage to the corn, but it's still small enough. We'll be pretty good. It's only in stage 3 of 6. So we'll shut that back, make sure nobody's trespassing on our land. One big new development about that right there is I've been talking with the landlord about it. He's talking about here soon, if we don't consider buying it, selling it from underneath me. So we might be looking at leasing another field. I would hate to lose that field, with especially how long it's been in my grandfather. But at the end of the day, I can't do nothing but go ahead and use what I can with it. It's one of those situations. I've already got the lease to it now, so I might as well see what I can do with the lease as I have it. If it eventually goes to where I can't keep the lease, that's an oh well situation. So right now we're heading over to the dealership to pick up something new to the farm, and I'll see you once we get there. Alrighty, so say hello to our $6,000 investment. Alrighty, so right now we are filling up our new tank with some of the herbicide that we'll need. I think 1,000 gallons of herbicide, that's $14,000 out of our pocket. Please be well worth the payment. Oh, we don't want to leave that running. You strapped down good. Yep, she should make it. But it was only a $5,000 purchase, so it wasn't terrible. Overall, I think this will help us out with the farm and everything we need to do with the farm. Alrighty, so we made it back to the shop. Trying to get this thing cranked up. It's time to unload it directly into the sprayer. Alrighty, we're good there. We're going to shut this thing off. And what I'm going to do, I hate to do it, but I'm going to leave this here and make him come back to the farm every time he needs to fill up with spray, because we need to take the truck with us because we're heading a hefty distance away, and I don't feel like having to call somebody and say, hey, go pick up the diesel trailer. So I'm gonna go ahead and pre-hitch up to that, make sure she has enough diesel, and she definitely does. I'm gonna probably get him to start on the biggest field, and maybe if we go ahead and get the wheat done, I'll go ahead and pick up maybe one of the last fields that he has to do. All right, as you see here, she's already rocking and rolling. I accidentally drove up there a little bit and went right, instead of going beside the crops, went through the crops. Made that mistake. All right, time to hike it on back to the farm and get some combines ready to go. All right, let's go try to start her. Come on, start it up. Come on. There she goes. We'll let her go ahead and get some warmth in her. Go ahead and start the first combine, and then we'll come back here to the case, start her up as well. Man, she had a little bit rougher of a start, but hey, I don't really care. But hey, I don't really care about it. Time to go ahead and get this old girl moving, and time for her to do her main and only job on the farm. Time to move some header trailers. So we know for a fact we will need the John Deere. We're going backing on up into here. Go ahead and pull her out front here. Get back here, detach. And we're good with that first one. I'm going to go ahead and pull the John Deere forward. We're not going to really do a whole lot of testing when it comes to these tractors, because we've done all that testing already, or at least the employees told me they did all their testings that they should have done. So we're just going to pretty much run it directly to the field. Let be the first time we start up be inside the field itself. Go ahead and park that out of the way. And we are going to be taking a monster of a convoy with us. Alrighty, so we got the other one ready to go. We have our Case IH header. Shouldn't be really a whole lot to it. Just got to simply drop. And we'll go ahead and park this in here. Now here's the real question. What tractor do we want to run the old J&M grain cart? I think we go with the biggest horsepower, but also part of me is like red on red, red on red, red on red. I don't know. We'll have to see. And you know, sometimes you just gotta let your urges win. Yeah, we're going with the old Case IH 5488. Man, I do love this tractor line. It is a nice looking tractor. I don't think we get to use it hardly enough, but hey, as of right now, we should be good. Actually, we got another issue. So it's already attached to the Jetco, but actually, no, we should be good. So I'm gonna kind of back this up, and as much as we shouldn't be doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and try to climb it up here on this mountain. Go, 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 go. Yep, yep, there you go, there you go. There she goes. She does not like to hill, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. So since it's just a simple wheat harvest, I don't see us needing the wilts in there as well. If we do need it, we will get it, but I don't think we'll need it. Now I am a little bit concerned about this old girl right here. We haven't used her in so long. Hydraulics look good. I mean, she looks pretty decent, so as long as there ain't no water in the bottom of her, we should be good with using this grain cart. Yeah, and plus that red on red just looks so good. Alrighty. Man, now this is a convoy. So one thing we do got to be very careful about is make sure that we swing really, really wide. No. Man, now this is a harvesting convoy. Imagine this going to go harvest some actual beans or some corn, not just like some wheat. Oh, this is gonna look so good. Alrighty, so just gotta assemble it back on up here and attach the bean head. Let it raise on up a little bit. So we do not want to hit my truck, of course, because I would be mad. Don't want to ruin the trailer. We should be good, should be good. The first thing we're gonna do is kind of make ourselves a little bit of a way to get in here. And the easiest way to do that is just simply by starting the cutting process. Now this machine does only go 4 miles an hour in the field, so it is going to take it a little bit of time. It's going to take us a long time, honestly, to get this entire field knocked out. But by doing this, it allows us to get in the field and get this at least out of the way. So I'm going to leave this for a second while we get the John Deere in the field as well. All right, there we go. And we are off with the John Deere. Now the John Deere has a way bigger header, so it should help us out, and plus it can go 2 miles an hour faster, which honestly is what we need. Alrighty, so we got the John Deere back there harvesting away. It looks beautiful back there. And then of course we're up here in the Case IH doing our due diligence and make sure we're harvesting the field. We are going a steady 4 miles an hour, but we're yielding pretty decent. We're not yielding terrible like I thought we would have originally. What we're yielding right now, I can live with. 208 bushels per acre definitely is a good amount of wheat, especially to pay for what we needed to pay for. Alrighty, so we came into a little bit of an issue. My little partner in crime has fell back there where he could not continue going. I made it all the way to here. So that gives me a few options. One option I really don't want to do, but I think I'm gonna have to take, and that is just go over here, or I could go get, I can get him to bring the grain cart around here, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna, come on, come on, come on. Yep, yep, we're fine, we're fine. Go, go, go. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll come back this way and I'll harvest that out a little bit better. But I am not gonna go just pull it next to the semi truck. I am gonna pull directly into the field. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and use that to start loading up that. And my first goal will be, of course, to make it back down to the other side of the field. Everything looks good, at least on these side parts. I don't see really anything a whole lot wrong. That chain looks like it needs a tad bit of grease, but I'm not really gonna say a whole lot about it. When I put one of the guys inside of the red machine, I'm gonna go ahead and dump this all in there. We actually already have 340 something liters, so that should be good. I mean, we're not getting bad prices right now either. I could ship it to Minneapolis and make a little bit of extra money. It's not bad money. It would most likely hold us over until we got to the end of harvest so that we can sell the actual other crops that we are growing. Alrighty, and just like that, we are done with the first field. It didn't take as long as I thought it would. We got a pretty good yield. We got one full semi truck and part of another hopper. I'm gonna go ahead and get our stuff put up and get every vehicle ready to rock and roll down the road. I want to hit nothing by accident. Oh, a little bit closer to my truck than I want to be. I will say I am having a little bit of problem. I do want y'all's suggestions. This thing, oh, hold up. I saw it. Never mind. Haha. Weird how you have to stay. Okay, well, it's closed now. I'm about to say we're having a problem keeping getting that closed, but hey, it's closed now. So we have the Case IH all ready to go. I'm just gonna pull it on up here out of the way. We have to get the John Deere out here and ready to rock and roll as well. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put the header up before I worry about this other stuff. May not be the simplest thing to worry about. I'm gonna take it through the ditch just so I can get on the other side and kind of unload this sucker. Oh, that's a little deeper than I thought it was. Okay, we're gonna just go slanting it and pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. Yep, there we go. Perfect. We're just gonna leave the Case IH, go ahead and let it unload all the way before we get everything rock and rolling up to the next spot. We are going to take our time and make sure we unload the semi trucks before we head up there, or at least unload the full trailer sitting down here, because I don't want to leave a full grain hopper down here at the field. The good part about going up to the field where we're going up to, it does have a grain bin set up that no one is currently using. As long as nobody's using it, we'll use it for a little bit just to kind of store some of our grain up there, because I'd rather store some of our grain up there than not, especially if we can. I may just go ahead and take all the wheat up there at one time and leave all the wheat up there, because what we're probably going to do, we're going to look at grain prices and see how much everything's worth. I think personally we're going to have enough in grain to go ahead and just get rid of it all. Let me get everything situated. Let me find out what exactly I'm going to do, and we'll get back to it. Alrighty, and we're taking the convoy on down here to the next spot. We did leave the partial full trailer there at the field. We just didn't want to take it all the way down here and have to run back for the full one, because we're not leaving the full one. I'd rather leave a partial one in case something messes with it or something tears the strip or something. I don't know. We're going to get both of them. I don't think that's going to happen, but rather be safe than sorry. Alrighty, so right now we are harvesting the wheat in the next field. We're honestly getting a really good yield, and we are getting a 220 yield per bushel acreage. So in my opinion, that's a pretty good acreage, and I can stand with that. My one main problem we're having right now is, man, we're out of diesel, and we are just now getting started in the field. That's not good. This is definitely a bigger field than what we were just harvesting. We are going a little bit down in yield, but not by much. Hopefully we can make everything last for as long as I need to. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Come on. All right. Well, looks like I'm going for a walk sooner than I thought I would be. This is embarrassing, having to walk back. Having to walk back to my own truck. Well, at least we can kind of stop here and see. It's doing a pretty good job. Both combines are doing their job, getting it done. He'll wait for me to come back around here, I guarantee it. There we go. Go ahead and get that filled up, and we'll pull this on out of the way. There we go. Now we're back up and running with the harvester. One thing I'm definitely going to have to choose is, am I going to, in fact, bale this? Am I going to, what I'm going to really do with this is going to be my next question. I don't think I know exactly what I'm going to do just yet with, oh, come on, dude. I'll get it later with the other combine. So right now I got both workers going because I needed them to go, honestly. Go pull it right here behind them, especially this one being about as full as it is. We're just backing on down into here in the ditch and let it unload for a second. I mean, we're really getting some good bush yields out of this. One thing we definitely do need to think about a lot is the new grain cart. I know I've not really said this much, but I am struggling through and through with this grain cart to get anything done. So just kind of looking online here, seeing what some stuff is worth. We could pick up this grain cart right here. I don't really think I've ever seen this grain cart before. I mean, it's for sale. It's not an American by any means, but in the United States at least. Or we could pick up a Hillsboro grain cart, just something simple that we can put some lot of acreage in. Because right now we're only fitting, I want to say, about 500 bushels in there max. And that's just not enough to keep the business up and going. We do really need to come down here and fix this little portion eventually. I guess that may have been a mistake when we were harvesting. We'll just slide up here beside him and take the majority of his grain, most likely. Reverse it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. It does feel good after all the work we've been putting in here recently. And now I start seeing basically there's some gold come into the grain hoppers now. And this is not even the right kind of gold. Our corn is yet to be harvested. Alrighty. I'll let him keep going what he's doing. And I'm going to run over here, unload this. Most likely take a second to combine and do this little short bit down here. Alrighty, so the Case IH combine is unloading over there. And it's kind of blocking me in, so I'm going to take this beaten path. And the John Deere has been over here waiting for a hot minute. Oh, yep, come on. I'm not the biggest fan of this area. I went ahead and harvested this area and this over here as well, just to kind of make sure that we had a good area to go up and down with. So I made him sit for a little bit longer than probably I should, but he'll be back to work now. And of course, we'll have the Case IH going over here as well to help out and get stuff done. I'm probably going to go with the Case IH and kind of take out this area right here just to make sure that everything kind of lines up a little better. Looks like our John Deere combine's on the road again. Since he's on the road, I'm going to get back down there and unload this into the grain truck. I believe this is the best time of the year to sell wheat. And if we're going to sell it, I believe this will be the time we look at it is right about now. I do not like these stones. Yep, there we go. So if you kind of look here on the map, looks like this area over here is not the best, but when it comes down to, yeah, it's the reason it's not the best because it just wasn't the best to begin with. We might need to think about putting down like better nitrogen down there because it looks like we didn't put down enough. All right, you got this little bottom section down here figured out. Made it look a lot better at least so that our helpers can go ahead and get this stuff knocked out quicker. Let's go ahead and get this at least done right here in that little section because that will at least make it where there is no more hidden surprises. There we go. Take it to an angle real fast, and I'm gonna let Jacob over there kind of finish this out, and I'm gonna hand this over to Chris and let him knock this one out as well. All right, we're gonna cross on over here. But one thing I've definitely been thinking about since sitting in this combine for a little bit is most likely I am going to take this combine and that combine and pretty much all the stuff we have and put it up over there out of the way over there at that shed. And actually, we're done with majority. I'm just gonna let that combine actually finish out emptying, and I'm gonna steal what it's got left this and kind of line up with this old one. There we go. Good old trusty John Deere rocking and rolling. And as soon as it began, we're now done with wheat harvest. So we're officially done with the wheat harvest. We'll turn that off right there. Let's just go ahead and unload it. Yeah, we got some lights blinking up there. We should be fine. So pretty much our next step will now be moving on to baling. We need to bale this entire field, most likely that field over there as well. I know I contacted the guy who's doing majority of the spraying. He did say he finished both these fields. He's gonna move that field, and then he's gonna move to field 32 and of course 22. All right, so we dumped it all except like 27 bushels according to the monitor. We're just gonna take it over here and detach the header, unload it. And what we're doing right now is we're just putting everything up over here. We'll come back later after we get all the baling done to pick up all like the harvesters and the header trailers, all that stuff, once we're not in a time crunch to get all this off the ground, because I do know that there's some rain showers scheduled to come a little bit later this week, and I want to get this stuff off the ground ASAP, meaning even though we're done harvesting, doesn't mean we're done for the day. All right, we'll go ahead and just pull on up here, back up to this header trailer, and just simply pull it on down here a little bit out of the way, because at the end of the day, this all still does belong to us. We have not found a renter for this yet, so don't gotta worry about the renter. Oh, you got da-da-da. Well, I don't have to worry about that because we are, of course, the people who own it as of right now. No one, I don't have to worry about anybody saying, oh, you're blocking me, da-da-da. We are golden. This back road back here, this needs to get smoothed out or something. She is beating me to death. We'll go ahead and put the pipe out at least because we're almost up here to the semi-truck trailer. Put that right there, unload it. Put this inside of here, out of the elements. We can also put a lock and key on all this equipment. We don't got to worry about it. Again, bigger grain cart will be amazing. We are going to take back the tractor and the grain cart. I don't want to leave it out here because we definitely will need it back at the farm ASAP. So we might as well just go ahead and take it with us. And then semi-truck and trailer, of course. They should be good, honestly, to leave out here. Oh, trailer we are going to leave, but we're not going to leave semi-truck. Alrighty. Why am I okay, this tractor definitely needs to be replaced because I should not be bogging down like this at all. Alrighty, so we did stop and pick up the other semi-truck trailer. We're going to bring everything on into the yard, and we are good right about there. We should be good enough right there for that. Now on to the next steps, and that will be, of course, getting the baler pulled out and choosing which one we want to do. I think as fun as it would be, I do think we want to do some small square bales. You know, it would be nice for the kids for some hay rides and stuff. So I think just for some hay rides and stuff like that in town, we can sell them for some cheap extra money. Let's do some of those kind of bales. Now, I don't have a really low horsepower tractor on the farm right now since the sprayer has out. This would be my lowest horsepower tractor I could get a hold of. So what I'm gonna do is at least back this up here, kind of attach everything, just get everything brought out to the field. Maybe go meet up with that one guy. He's sitting waiting in the field right now, waiting on me to send him a text message. I may go meet up with him and get him to take over this tractor and we switch everything over to this. Alrighty, now that right there looks pretty good to me. We should be able to haul tail and get over where we need it to go. Oh yeah, that looks good right there. I'm gonna come up here and switch out with them. This does have row crop tires right here. It's just, to me, it'd be a little bit better and safer to just do the row crop tires. I would like to at least get one full buggy of those kind of bales so that we can kind of sell them over time. And if we do need them, we can use them on the farm as well. You never can go wrong with some smaller ones like that. All right, so we went ahead and got the sprayer on up the road, and we took over this tractor. He's actually he should be starting on his field. Took me a few seconds to get everything calibrated the way I want. No cop, no stop. Because right now, as you see the way it's riding, now look at how it rides. Perfectly where I wanted to. Honestly, we could use with a little bit of a smaller tractor, but hey, this is the smallest tractor that I'm willing to put on it, that I know for a fact can pull it and has the horsepower to pull it, so there's no point in fighting it too much. Alrighty, there we go. We're gonna do some cleanup. The majority of these will be straight up and down rows for right now, just because they're easier. Oh no, there's something nice about just watching bales get thrown around in the back of a trailer. Like, don't shoot. Alrighty, so I did get on up there in the pile and kind of move the bales around, make sure we fit as many as we possibly can on into the machine or into the trailer. And I think we're coming to the limits of what we can handle in this trailer. We're trying our best here, okay? Well, that's pretty much what we're doing. We're moving everything over to this side for right now, because the way it loads in, it kind of loads one side before it loads the other side, and everything's just supposed to fall on over. Well, I'm trying to make sure that we can load it evenly as we can. I had to unload the last bale, and as much as I don't want to call it, that is going to be probably all the little square bales we're going to need for a long time. All right, we're going to fold this up. Next step, back to the house. I do wish I had like somebody else here that could run trailers back and forth so we can just do this entire field with this. That'd be kind of funny. But at the end of the day, I know it's not logistically accurate enough for me, or I don't have any logistics for that, as I just dumped out like half my bales. Well, not half, but I did dump out too many. Let's pull forward, load them back in. We maybe kind of overstuffed it. Alrighty, time to get on back to the farm. We got all the bales loaded back in. We should have enough for a while. We have a lot to do today. So today we are going full steam. As you can see, we owe $109,000 in our bank. We're negative, not including the money we owe. We still owe $90,000 on the 100 grand loan we took earlier this year, and then we still owe 1.4 million on the other loan that we have on our farm. But they're both slowly but surely coming out of the bill, so I'm not that definitely worried about it. It's just still the payments. We did in fact get everything we need for this. We'll go ahead and fix this up today, get the new parts welded on there, kind of straighten it out with some iron just to kind of be able to take this off, put the new one on there. Shouldn't take no time at all to get that done, because man, do our pigs need feed. So another thing we have to do is we have 2,815 bushels of corn just casually sitting inside these bins. That was from last year, so since we're not going to be feeding that to pigs anymore, let's go take it in town, try to pay off some of this debt first thing this morning. So I was looking around, kind of seeing what the best prices for everything was, and I did see there's a train going to Minneapolis that is going to honestly be perfect for us. So we're going to just send all of our grain to Minneapolis. So that means we're going to be renting, oh, we have wheat still, good lord. And we're going to load this up. That means we're going to be renting out a train to send everything down there. So we're also going to be sending wheat down there as well, because you can't do one without doing the other, in my opinion. So we got that right there. We'll go ahead and close the cart. Love this automatic cart. Got to hit a button inside here and it automatically goes. And next up, we will of course be starting harvest. We'll start with beans, then we'll go to corn. Beans are at a decent price. I don't think we're going to sell them just yet, even though I really want to. We're going to hold on to them. We're going to hold on to everything until they're max price. This is going to be what we need to do. So we just got to do a lot of grain hauling for a little bit, because we need to get one more trip from over here, and then we just got to do the other loads back and forth for a little bit. So it's going to take us a hot minute to get it all done. I just got done dropping off the last load of corn. So we have all 2,660 bushels of corn inside of there. That should be enough of that. That's all the corn we had at bins. Let's over here and get the wheat from over here at the second storage. Because we also have been talking to somebody, finally have a lead. We might have somebody to actually go ahead and take over the lease for that one barn. And he's talking about leasing it as soon as like next week is what he's talking about. Which honestly, in my opinion, would be fantastic. I mean, I will say this. I know this was supposed to be a big part of like a farewell series. Like just the amount of like stupid stuff I did down this one road. This is honestly the map that started my career, and I keep saying that, and I will always say that. Like I have so many fond memories, even just like going up here to see like Buck's place. I love it. There's definitely been a lot of weeds that have kind of picked up around this area. A lot more than what we were expecting. So another thing we got to do is actually, once we get done with the bean harvest, some of those fields that were turning into wheat, we need to go ahead and cultivate them. We need to go ahead and get the wheat harvest done as fast as possible. Also get all these bales picked up. We had a lot of those bales actually from both fields. I was a little impressed. Like, and by little I mean a lot. So we have 4,163 bushels. Alrighty, so we have this thing loaded down and ready to go. This first cart is full of wheat. Second cart is, I don't know, it says about 80% ish in the combine of both, so I don't know what that would be technically. And then we also have 100% corn in here, and we only have like 100 bushels in here. I still wanted to go ahead and sell it just so it was at least gone and out of here. So the fun time is now to go ahead and get all this stuff off and into the thick of it. So we made some money. We made actually, we had made over 200 grand, almost 300 grand. So that right there is, oh my God, we made money. That was really profitable. Hold up. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm gonna ponder life choices as I drive back to the farm. Alrighty, so I've sat here and wrote out a little spreadsheet, and this is all the money we owe left on this payment. And as I hit that button, as I hit this little button right here on the computer, come on, there we go. It's paid off. We have an entire loan paid off, and that leaves us with $103,000, which is actually really, really good. So that means we now at least have operational costs. We don't got to worry about that loan going into the harvest of corn and beans. We do need to use it, on the other hand, for operation costs of replanting wheat. The wheat, honestly, was like a really good call on my granddad. I wish we were able to keep some of it around, but just wasn't able in our cards. And plus, wheat was going for like $48 where it normally goes to like $28. So wheat right now is in really high demand. Corn, actually, I did take a $3 hit from what normal is. Now, soybeans, I cannot wait to sell because those are going to be expensive things. So, first thing I think we're going to work on is getting all the combines put out. I did bring everything back to the shop. Maybe go look at switching out to a bigger grain cart. This old J&M grain cart, she's a fine grain cart. We may still keep her. We definitely may still keep her, but now knowing we do have a little extra cash, it'd be nice to have something that could fit more than a hopper and a quarter. Alrighty, so we just went ahead and purchased a new grain cart. It should be sitting at the dealership. It was $26,600 out of our pocket, but it's paid off. There's no loans on it, so we don't got to worry about that. One thing I'm definitely trying to do a little bit different my granddad did, and that's pay stuff out of pocket or lease it. Probably should have leased it, but it's grain cart any day. We can use that thing for a long, long time, and we need it, honestly. It is the older one. It's the Gilbert. We'll kind of see what once we get over there. So I also do have one really good idea that I think I should do, and that is go in and start putting slurry down. We have a ton of slurry. According to this right here, our savings checking, everything like that, we have 380,000 liters of slurry, which that's a lot of slurry. And that's just going up by the day. If we can use the slurry in a beneficial way and putting it back into the fields, making more nutrients, that's honestly what we should be focusing on doing first. So right now, we're just going to take the old girl, go pick up the new and improved piece of equipment. And here we are with the new Gilbert grain car. This one was actually modeled and made by one of my friends called Benny. Thank you so very much, Benny, for doing this for the farm sim community. But this is honestly one of my favorite grain carts. And yeah, it's a blast from the past to use this. Because actually, in the old series, we actually use this a lot. All right, and now we get to go do my favorite part of the job, and that is some crop scouting. It's been a little bit since I've done it, so figured we'll just go do it and make sure things ready to rock and roll. First thing we need to check is the corn right behind the house. We'll go ahead and pull right here, skid on out. So you never want to take corn from your outside rows. You want to really go on deep inside of here for it. There we go. We'll grab a couple of cobs from here and here. Now let's go a little bit in this direction. About right here. We'll grab you. And that should be all the corn we need. We don't need many stalks of corn, just kind of enough to kind of tell a little bit what's going on and how everything's looking. Yeah, we kind of went spread out just a little bit, but perfectly enough. So what we'll do, this is what I do personally. Not saying all farmers do it like this, but what I do is I don't test them out here in the field. I do go back to the shop to test them. So what I do is I wrap them in this, get the field number. So this is field 50, aka home shop, write that here on the label and put that back there for the bundle. Just kind of gives me like an idea to take it back, what field it's from, and kind of knowing where they're from. And I make sure that I also put a tape on the one that I got from the furthest parts. You got to make sure everything's labeled correctly, because I mean, if you don't know any differences, you won't be sitting there like you should. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna actually head to a bean field all the way uptown. I'm actually gonna head to the nearest bean field, grab some samples from that, kind of compare which one's ready first. They're all ready to go today, just which one has the least amount of moisture in it already. Alrighty, kind of look around here. We got some decent looking beans. We definitely got a lot of beans on these plants. There's a lot of pods, man, and They're rolling. Yeah, these things are ready to go. Not a whole lot of resistance. I'm a little kind of worried about shattering, but hey, we can live with it. So beans, I'm tempted to take corn first, even though it's closest. I should be doing. Let's go to the shop, kind of see what this corn needs for moisture, make the decision off that field. Well, I ended up doing a little bit of testing, looking at everything, and I think beans are the best call. It is honestly a lot better, in my opinion, than the corn. I want the corn to at least drop by another 2% just to kind of help me out to make sure that we can harvest it correctly, and we're not going to have no major issues. So that means the harvesters are pretty much ready to go. We got to open them up, do a bunch of computer stuff, but really nothing outside the combine because we're not switching to corn headers. If we were switching to corn headers, that'd be a whole different ball game, but everything else can be just done on the inside. And this Model A, you know, you would never think you would need a Model A around the farm, but when you do as much moving stuff around as we do, like moving bale trailers, you would be surprised how much you use it. Now, first thing we're going to do, we're going to hook the John Deere up. We're just going to simply attach the John Deere header, make it as simple as can be, and get everything out on the road. Alrighty, so it took us a little bit of time. We kind of had to shut down the road a little bit. I didn't really want to do that, but we did. It is what it is. We'll let that unfold. Go ahead and get this out of the road. Let all the traffic get going because we kind of got caught up and didn't pay attention to what we were doing in the moment. So go ahead and get all this harvested right here just to be able to enter the field. Oh, switch it. There we go. We got to switch that over. Okay, yeah, we're going now. I'm actually gonna go ahead and start doing the headlands. I'm gonna let him do some up and down rows just to make everything a little bit more simple and easier on him and me. Man, there's just something looks good about two combines heading through the field like this. So far, everything's been going pretty good. The beans seem like they're yielding not the worst in the world. So we took very good care of these beans. I'm kind of interested to see what the rest of these fields are going to produce. So far, so good on this first field. I don't know what the next fields are going to be able to produce. We'll kind of just see what it produces over time. But if it produces 114 bushels to the acre, like this field has, at least for this combine, man, we gonna make some serious cash with these fields. So it does look like this down here didn't yield as good as everything up there. So that means we need to pivot whenever we start fertilizing again and fertilize this stuff down here a little bit more than when we fertilize everything up there on the top section. So we're going to go ahead and unload this guy. Both the guys are in the combines. John Deere's running down there. Chris is in that one. Jacob's in that one. But we'll go ahead and get this one fully unloaded. The good thing about having this is I can actually unload 2 hoppers into this before I need to unload it. Oh yeah, see that right there? Already more than what the entire other grain cart can handle. Please don't come, please don't want to come, please don't want to come. A little bit faster. There we go. So now this grain trailer right there is a bigger hopper. I don't call it the road legal hopper because it can fit a lot more bushels per section than the other one. Right, there we go. We got one down, and then the John Deere should be finishing up. While it's finishing up, I'm actually going to take a few seconds and go ahead and put this header on the trailer. Alrighty, it did take us a little bit to get everything set up. Now we are set up, rock and rolling back down here. He's just going to do what he did before, except this time I'm going to try my best to stay inside the combine and knock this field out and hopefully move on to the next one. Well, overall, these bean fields have been yielding really, really well. A lot better, honestly, than what I thought they would. So as long as they keep this kind of job up, we are going to be looking pretty well. So it didn't take us long to get everybody set up, ready to go. We're going to head on down to the next field and the last bean field. Then we're going to immediately switch over to corn and hopefully get that started knocked down. I'm probably going to separate the guys into 2 different fields and run the grain cart back and forth between the fields, kind of leave them close to each other, and then just run it like that because it's starting to get late and I want to get all the fields harvested as quick as we possibly can. Alrighty, so me and the semi truck are heading back to the shop because I'm going to go ahead and get this swapped over to corn header. We're going to leave the John Deere doing the rest of the beans, so we're going to put this on the corn and go ahead and at least start somewhere. I'm going to start this one behind the shop, get it dialed in and get it rocking and rolling. It should definitely have dried out enough where I should feel comfortable doing it. And nobody's coming. We're going to just go on by. And of course, back there behind me, I do have the semi truck because he is full to the brim and we cannot fit any more in him. All right, finally out here in a cornfield, getting this stuff going, and we are doing about 213 per acre, which is what I really want to see. These beans over here are really yielding really good. We've already got the red combine working over there. I told them just to head over there and get working on that. We're kind of all over the place trying to get all this knocked out, especially before the winter finally hits, because we need to get this knocked out on top of getting this finished up. We also need to finish just normal farming. There's a lot more normal farming stuff like cultivation. We actually got to plant. We need to plant the wheat that needs to go in the ground. And this field and that field over there are the two big fields that need to get done ASAP. And we still have beans on one of the two fields. Alrighty, and we are now full into corn. We have both combines full-fledged in the corn. The other one's actually full right now. We'll get somebody to go over there and unload that here pretty soon. And we are finally hauling the last header back to the farm. We finally done with all of the harvesting that needs to go on, and we are done. I am so over this harvest because yeah, it took so long. But the good part is now we're in the part where we're gonna start making the money, but we're also not. I'm not gonna sell. Please tell me I can make it. Please tell me I can make it. Yeah, we're good. I'm not gonna sell it early. I'm not gonna sell it early and take a cut on the money, and knowing that I could just wait a little bit and probably get a little bit more money than what they're even predicting. So it's just not worth it to me. So I'm gonna go ahead and put all these headers up, get everything kind of put away. Then we need to start focusing on, I guess, planting or seeding would be my next step. Would just be starting the seeder. I think, where did I put the seeder? Because I did do a little bit of rearranging the other day. I don't know or don't remember where I put certain things. Yes, I do. It's inside the, good Lord. Okay, let me go ahead and put all this headers up. Let me put everything up, get everything real nice and neat and organized, and let me calculate life decisions and pull that out of that shed. Now, I don't remember if this is or isn't. I'm gonna hope it's not. I'm gonna hope that it is a direct drill, so I don't have to cultivate the land and I can just plant in the bean stubble. It shouldn't be that bad for the bean just to replant this and directly into bean stubble. I found out it does need to be cultivated of some sort, so we're just going to take the disc that we have over there, going to hopefully disc it under. I'm hoping that this will work. Also, I did hear from the landlord, and he said now that everything's over, he was going to go ahead and let me know that he is choosing to not renew the lease going into next year. I can choose to buy it. He would give us some credit for the money we have put into it, but $654,000 just isn't enough for me to consider it. We officially now do not lease that land anymore. We now need to find more land to lease. And right now I'm considering only planting one field, because there was another field 49, is right beside the house, but it'll be almost 10 grand a month. But it's already pre-planted with wheats. I wouldn't have to do much wheat planting. I would want to plant one more of these fields in wheat as well, but I think honestly with it already being pre-planted, ready to rock and roll, wheat on top of that, I think I'm gonna make that judgment call and kind of call that one to be the next property, since we don't have to put much of our own resources into it. There's an issue with it is there's people out here trying to buy pretty much all the land, and they're doing a pretty successful job of it. They've offered me some nice prices, especially for that land over there very close to the co-op. Shoot, the co-op has offered me a nice price for it. I'm not gonna lie, part of me was tempted to take the co-op offer. It's a cold morning this morning. We have a lot of stuff to get done, and I think the first thing I'm gonna do is just kind of sit in my truck and get it started at least. Man, it is a cold morning. It's still snowing outside, but there's still a lot of stuff we gotta get done. We've yet to get our tillage done for the year. That's honestly one of the first things we need to get done. On top of that, we need to get, there's too much to get done. First things first, we need to get done is get all the snow removed, and I don't have any type of like salt spreader or plow. It still hasn't built up enough where I think I need to really plow it, so I'm just going to go to town and see if we can buy a salt spreader, because that should be all we need. All right, I went ahead and just picked up our good old Titan trailer. We'll take this on down to the store, go pick up anything we need, meaning the salt spreader and some salt. Shouldn't take us too long because we need to get all these roads clear, because we need to start thinking about selling some grain, because we're getting into the winter months. It's sad we don't own that. We can't use that land no more. We have been talking to the neighbor to go ahead and get that other piece of land rented, but I'm gonna see about waiting as long as possible to see if we can get a little bit of extra money off of that, meaning the longer we wait, the better off we're going to be for it. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, as I drive down here to go get a salt spreader for the farm, if y'all do like this type of content, please leave a like down below. I try my best not to disturb the video by saying like and subscribe, but honestly, it does help out the videos a lot, and it does help out the channel. Alrighty, just I'll simply pull up here, attach that right there. The dealership did go ahead and let me just borrow one of the tractors they had on the lot here just to load it up with. And since I'm just going to be simply loading it directly up here, we'll just drop that right there and we'll put this tractor back where we got it from. This is one of their new John Deere 7Rs. I really do like the way it feels. I think part of them were just trying to see if they can convince me to buy it. It's a great tractor. As much as I do want it, I don't think it's within my budget to buy a tractor like this for a long time. Now, one thing I am definitely thinking about doing is maybe upgrading our actual combine, but again, we're so far away from thinking about that, it's pathetic. So we'll go ahead and strap this down right here. That is our new salt spreader. They did us a pretty good deal. They gave us a salt spreader. We got 8 bags of these. Listen, each one of these bags is only $100, so I had them pick them up. Apparently, I left this here not so long ago, this container of fertilizer. So now we just got to go ahead and get out of here. They said that they're pretty much done for the day, and they're going to be heading off time I leave because of the snow, and they don't want no one getting stuck. And we've got a lot more work to do than just this today. I still would like to get some cultivation done, and we are a long way from getting that done at this point. First things first, going to push some of this snow out of the way. Got to make it super simple and kind of cruise on down. We'll go about 9 miles an hour heading down this road. We don't want to push too much snow, especially if we can help from making it pile up all in the middle. I definitely want to at least push the snow out of the way for the truck and trailer so that we at least have ourselves a nice good gravel path to drive on and we're not driving on ice. All right. Gonna do something a little risky. We're gonna kind of drive up here and immediately put that right back down. Now we should be good. All righty, cool. I'm gonna let that go ahead and warm up a little bit. I'm gonna shut this door back. There we go. Turn a little bit of a space heater on because this thing is ready to rock and roll. The first thing we gotta do is go ahead and get this thing unloaded. Then we need to salt spread the entirety of main roads that we use here on the farm. And actually, we also need to spread some areas as well. Alrighty. Next step is just to go ahead and salt spread most of the yard, at least get it kind of done and make sure we can at least pass through the area. Alrighty, so now all of the snow is now removed. We don't got to worry about that. Now we got to get into the fun part of the day, and that is starting the old slash the newest girl on the farm. Get her ready to rock and roll. We'll go ahead and leave that right there. We're gonna shut this back. We don't want none of the other equipment getting any problems. Alrighty, so we need to do corn stubble first. And what would be the best piece of equipment? I want to. I know what needs to be done. All right. This is our angled disc. This does more of an abrasive. Gonna get out of here and make sure everything looks good with her. Yep. So this right here is a lot more abrasive than say your normal piece of tillage. It does a lot more of like a deeper fly down. So first off, we're not going too far. Now, the actual like wheat fields and stuff like that, we probably are not going to focus on getting those done. At least with this, we don't need them done. Going to unwind that down. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, see right there, see how it's like moving all the dirt over and it's kind of making it more abrasive. It's burying all the trash underneath, and that's basically what we want to see. So basically the only reason we're doing this is I don't really want to be focusing on doing this type of tillage in the spring. So if I can, I want to go ahead and get it out of the way now, and kind of also looks cool to do tillage in the winter. So I don't care who you are, you gotta love some good old winter tillage. I could definitely say one beautiful thing about this is just it looks incredible to get all this done and just see that the fresh snow on the rocks right here, beautiful. But I am going to actually let one of the employees go ahead and take over this tractor because there's more important work needs to be done. Alrighty, so we're loading up some corn right now. We're actually going to be taking our corn over to Suncor because they are offering $47 per bushel and we need some extra money, and honestly that's the best way to make some extra money right now is just to go ahead and pre-sell it. Or go ahead and sell it right now. Beans are still way off from what it could be. They are still more or less around the $70, $78 range, which will be next month when we sell them. I would like to get them sold as quick as possible because I know for a fact we owe a lot of money in debt, and that money is going to be coming up quick as possible. And especially with me now having the ideas that I do have. So I do have a couple ideas, and the first idea I have is I want to sell this truck off. This is a great truck, but it's not necessarily doing the job it needs to be doing. I feel like she's underpowered for what we need. We need a horsepower. The truck has a lot more horsepower than this. And on top of that, I want to sell both the combines. And I want to buy a bigger combine and a better truck so that we can have a better operation entirely. Alrighty, we're going to pull on in here. This is, of course, the Suncor Energy place. They do 90% of the actual corn transfers that's not gone to Minneapolis. For some reason, the majority of our corn and a lot of our products go to Minneapolis, but hey, for these corn, they do take a good amount of it. See that all that corn right there is all from this harvest that we had this year, and there is a ton of it over there. So we're looking about $40,000 per load right now, which in my opinion is not bad. No, about $80,000 per load, which honestly is not that terrible. Exactly what we need to be getting. I don't plan to sell anymore really for right now. It'll be a little bit before we do decide to sell more. I just wanted to sell enough where I had like an extra 80K on hand because you never know when you need, especially with these loan payments. Alrighty, so I don't really feel like going through the shed and getting the wagon out, even though it is completely fixed now. I don't really want to do it. So I'm just going to hook up to the J&M grain carts and use that to take some of the corn over there to the pigs. Should not hurt us too badly. All right, we'll load up a good old load of this. And there we go. We're good to go. We got us a load of 496 bushels, and we're gonna take it over here to the pigs. Hopefully they do like all this yummy corn as much as we've been producing here lately. I'm glad to see our work is actually going to use right now. All right, we're gonna load up all of that into there. So we did actually have an interesting little thing happen here on the farm. We had some piglets, and we have a ton of them. We have way too many pigs now. So what we're going to do is we're waiting to raise up these cheaper pigs. As you can see right here, how many is here? 195 of these pigs right here. We got to wait for them to grow up a little bit and be worth at least $140 is what I personally would want to make a good little bit amount of money. Now, I do know our cows, they're actually worth a hefty penny, and they are about to give birth as well, which that's honestly great to me. One of my favorite things about actually feeding the animals, especially the cows, just seeing them when they see this just perk up and just can't wait to come over here and get themselves some good old grub. And we need to actually give them probably a couple of loads because I'm going to be out of town tomorrow and I want to make sure they have plenty of feed, even though the other guys will be here. Unload their TMR into there. Look at them coming. They want that. They want this feed. They know what they want. Hey, cow, you're not supposed to be out there. I'm just letting you know that. Please get down. You're gonna hurt your hoof. So I will say next year we do have enough corn. We did have enough silage to actually get us through this year, but next year we're not going to be as lucky. So we are looking at possibly doing ourselves a favor, and that is just doing an entire field of silage. So that means we're gonna knock out an entire cornfield and just do nothing but silage out of that field. All right, and there we go. This is gonna be the last look we're actually gonna give the cattle. They should be good. The pigs are good. They have plenty of feed now. Every animal should have enough feed for at least the next few days, and I don't have to worry about making sure that they do, and I have to go and check behind the employees. So this is gonna be the last time we come out of here. We're actually gonna close this up. And one really beneficial thing that we're going to be seeing, once these cattle have their babies, they'll actually start producing milk because they are Holsteins, and Holsteins are, in my opinion, the best at producing milk other than the Jersey. The Jerseys do really good at producing milk. It's just Holstein produces like 10 gallons where Jersey's only produce like 3 or 4. There's big old Spunky over there. He's just eating himself. He having himself a ball. And they're good to go. We'll go ahead and park this back in the shed where it belongs, and we don't need to worry about it anymore. All right, I'm gonna take the old pickup truck and go see how the old tillage is going. Hopefully everything is going pretty good. I don't see a reason why it shouldn't be, because I haven't heard anything from them. But hey, you never know. You at least do want to go check up on them. I know I did tell them to leave some spaces, because what we're gonna do, we're gonna double it back and kind of re-go over it, or I told him to leave like some gaps in between so that we can go back and do it the other way again, just to make sure we get all of it done. Looks like he's going. He's got that tractor pulling that cultivator, or the disc cultivator plow, whatever you want to call it. More like a plow than anything. Oh yeah, that is looking beautiful to me. Actually, this does look really good. We are already in April, and we have a lot of stuff to do in April. And we kind of started off this kind of year a little bit different, because in January I decided to sell both of my combines, headers, and all that stuff. So right now I have no combine going into this season, with of course wheat right around the corner, all that stuff. We have no combine. So I'm coming over to the dealership to take a look. We got a lot of money, and I think we'll be able to hopefully purchase it, because they told me it's about $200,000 with the headers and all that. It's an older combine, but it's gonna be a lot bigger of one that could help out the farm a lot. All right, just gotta go ahead and pull on into here and say hello to my little friend. And that is no little friend right there at all, actually. Oh my goodness. So first off, they did tell me this was going to be a honeybee header for this combine. So this was a package deal that they got in on trade. They got to trade up for an X9. I don't blame the guy. I wish I could have traded up for an X9, but I can't. The guy traded in a 245 Air Flex honeybee header, and oh, this thing, yeah, there's just no air system. I think they said they took it off, but it is equipped to where I could put one on there, because I think he took it off, put it on his, because he had the same header size, which makes no sense. But hey, everyone does your own. So we got that. Also, you have yourself a good S670 John Deere combine with the Demco extensions up there. I like that. I like it. And then a 16-row corn header. Oh, I gotta take a look at this thing. They did leave the keys in here for me so I could pull it forward and just kind of check out this header. And that is a beast of a combine. That right there will do all of our fields. I have no doubt in it whatsoever. And they're only wanting $200,000 for this entire setup. And for that, I don't think that's a bad idea. Especially with the header being a little bit newer of a header, I think we should take it. Especially because, as you can see, it folds up. The header, honestly, is worth a little bit more than that header. Apparently, the farmer that bought this originally, or traded in, he had a massive wheat operation, so ran a ton more wheat through this right here than he ran corn through that right there, which is kind of backwards the way I like to do stuff. But hey, I ain't gonna complain. So I'm gonna come in here and talk to the salesperson, see if we can get a deal marked out, and hopefully get 190. I'd be happy with that, but if we can't, I understand. All right, thank you, man. Thank you for that as well. So that was $197,000, which honestly could have been a lot worse. Hey, I got at least a hat though. Apparently the hat's worth about $7,000. We don't talk about that apparently around here. Got myself a new hat, as you can see here. But yeah, we officially do own this. So we do not have a combine going in this season, and I'm actually really stoked about this combine. This is a combine I really wanted. I didn't think we could afford it, to be 100% honest. What I am going to do is, they said they'll deliver the combine to our house. I'm not going to drive the combine, they'll deliver that, but I am going to take the honeybee header just so that we already have it down there and they don't got to worry about transporting 2 vehicles. And also we can go ahead and run through it and make sure it's ready to go, because wheat harvest is not too far away. Let's go ahead and back it up on here. So we do have $146,000 left, and we have not even touched really much of our grain. I've been kind of living off the majority of the money that I made with the last corn sale I did, and we lived high on the hog, didn't have to really worry about bills. We actually have another source of revenue coming in now because our heifers finally gave birth. So now instead of only having 20, we have 41 head of cattle. And another really big thing I found out the other day is we don't really have a lot of space for pigs right now. So we're kind of growing out our current pigs, but our pigs that are creating babies still, those pigs, we're going to keep them for a little bit and let them keep producing them so that we can take those babies and sell the babies off for an extra little bit of money, because we've honestly paid off almost $200,000 of the $1.5 million loan. As you can see here, $1.5 million. We have it for $20,000 a month, and we've paid a good amount of payments in it. There's still too many remaining. I want to see if we can pay it off. I do have one more thing I want to buy today. It's not going to be from a dealership. I have one of the local dairy farms. I've been talking to him. He said that he has an old milk trailer that he's trying to get rid of because he wants to buy a new one. And if we can buy his old milk trailer, use it for our own benefit, I don't think there's anything better we could deal with. So we did go ahead and contact the guy who owns this, and we've actually went ahead and written up the lease for it. And as you can see, we do now officially own it. Now, of course, I'm actually just going to pay somebody to come out here and pretty decent soil. I don't know about these soil types, but hey, I think we'll take what we can get and not really pitch a fit with them. All right, just got to turn on into here. All right, and we are home free. Man, this header is beautiful. Honestly, more technology advanced than any other header we have here on the farm, or any other thing we have here on the farm. So sadly, today can't all be just playing with new toys and stuff like that. We do got to get some stuff out in the field and going, because I don't really want to plant today, or can't plant today yet, but we can worry about certain things like pH levels on certain equipment. And one of the main things I've seen is we have some bad pH levels, especially in the fields where we had corn. I really want to go ahead and just throw down some quick pH on them and hopefully get them cultivated under as well. I don't think we're going to worry about cultivating them under just yet. I'm going to at least let one rain hit and then do them a little bit later this month. I'm going to let them sit for probably about 4 or 5 days, cultivates and plants pretty much right after we cultivate. But to get at least started, we need to at least take the old William out, just get her started. I'm going to get her started on the field right behind the farm, just so she's going. All right, looks like he's doing a pretty good job while he gets our pH values here at least brought back up to what it should be, so that we can get some good crop in the ground. I am going to focus on getting the bales out of those fields. So I've yet to go pick up the bales out of those other fields, and honestly, we really need to do it quickly. So one thing we are going to do, we're going to use the old Mack truck to get the actual trailer we're going to be using. So we don't have a flatbed trailer. As much as I do want one, we don't have one right now, so the old Titan's going to have to do. And what I am going to do, just to kind of make stuff a little bit better, I'm going to put the old Titan on the back of the semi truck, just so we have that little bit more oomph out of the machine and don't have to worry about the other one. All right, going to throw that strap there and throw that strap there. We should be good to go. And we should have plenty of room to load onto the trailer, so we're set to go. Let's go get these bales, load them up on the back of this trailer so that we can bring them all home and don't have to worry about them anymore. And yes, I do know they did sit for a lot longer than they probably should have. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and back this thing on off. Now we just gotta get all these bales loaded up. I do know we did a pretty decent job making sure that the bales were put in nice, neat piles. Or at least this one was, and so was the other one. Made sure it's put in like at least neat row. But I'm gonna try to load these up and get them all, take them back to the farm and go get the other set, which I'm starting to remember we did a lot more bales than I remembered. You know, it kind of sucks when you forget you have a Demco trailer that's just been not here forever. Oh my lord. Well, let's go put this up and actually hook the Demco up, because we're going to definitely need it for this next one. That's interesting. I cannot believe I completely forgot about the Demco. Well, I mean, this trailer did work. Actually, it did really well with double stacking. So let's just go ahead and put this back here. Let's go get that loaded, bring everything back so we can focus on the next task of the day, and that will be getting the milk sold. And the guys are actually feeding the cows now, and they've been texting me and telling me all the baby cows been looking good today, so I'm glad to know that. How do you just forget you own a Demco trailer like this? Now, that's my question. Right there, perfect. I mean, that's a pretty important piece of equipment that I just casually own on the farm, and apparently just don't want to use. But at least we now have her, so we can now take her to the next job and don't got to worry about doing 15 trips with that other little one. So we can probably do about 2 trips with this. Alrighty, got a pull on in here. So we got this thing fully loaded down. I have somebody else bring in the telehandler, and man, I am impressed we got this thing loaded down like we did. It almost looks too good. But I'm not going to put it up in the shed just yet. I'm going to let one of the other guys do that. I'm just going to park it over here out of the way just so we got this done. Then we got to go immediately run. We got to go to the dairy, kind of see what they're looking at for that trailer, because that dairy trailer is very important and very crucial for our next step of the farm. Now, I'm actually going to park this. Just to keep it out of everybody's way, I'm gonna park it right here out of everybody's way. There we go. Take this old rig. The next step, of course, I'm gonna be looking at Facebook Marketplace here soon. I want to see if I can find like a good 18-wheeler, something nice or something nicer than what we got here. Just something that I can run and have something simply that's gonna be better and not gonna get pushed around. It has a little bit more front end weights. Alrighty, here we are. There's the old lake, and my friend told me just meet around there. He has already pulled out, and my oh my, there that trailer, oh, it looks beautiful. And especially with what we're doing right now, it is well worth and needed. So we don't have big tanks like this, but this man, you can see he unloads hundreds of gallons a day. He has a fleet of like 4 or 5 of these trailers. He's just selling this trailer. It's the oldest one out of his fleet. He's selling it to hopefully replace with something better, and I'm going to snatch it while I can. He's only wanting $50,000. A trailer like that, especially with the food safety, everything like that, agreements on it, that's retailing right now for roughly $80,000, $90,000. Would it be an older trailer, and especially him being a friend, I'm going to take it in a heartbeat and hopefully get it down the road. So $50,000 later, and I'll spend a little bit of money, give him about $708 more so that I can fill the old truck up. Now we have this thing fully ready to go. And honestly, this is the last piece of equipment that we desperately needed for a little bit, other than like a couple other ideas that I do have for the farm. All right, we're good on both sides. Let's hit down the road. Alrighty, so just a little bit of a quick information. I know this is a completely different trailer, what you just saw. The other trailer didn't work. I sat here trying to make it work, and it would not fill up with milk at all. So I just did the simple thing and swapped it out for this trailer right here. Same price. Really, I'm just gonna keep it the same price. Technically, this was cheaper in the store, so I just reduce the price down a little bit more just for you guys, just so you guys did know a little bit more information. But we'll just go ahead and take this trailer on down to the Casey's General Store, because that is where they're buying the milk, and let's go sell the milk and hopefully make ourselves some fat stacks of money. Alrighty, we're here at the general store, and they have us just pumping into their supply in the back. I don't get how they work here, but hey, we'll sell them all of the milk they would ever desire. So that was $64,000 to our name, actually a little bit more than that. So we made a good little bit of a profit there. So now we just got to take this back to the farm, refill it, do this a couple of times, and we should make some decent money doing it. All right, I'm gonna head back to the farm now and get all this done. I believe that's all the time we have for today. In between episodes, I'm gonna get all of the milk sold. I'm gonna get all of the corn and beans sold that we can. I'm gonna leave some of the corn so we have something to feed the pigs, but I'm gonna sell most of that. Just go ahead and get everything cleaned out because we got some decent prices right now. So hopefully we have enough money going into this regular season. We can make a good pure amount of profit. As you can see, we have $938,000. Well, that's kind of because we sold all the grain, we sold everything, we sold the milk, the grain, everything we had to sell for the year. We did really well, but I may have, keyword here, may have, forgot to look at my D drive and forgot that I did not have any more storage. So basically I didn't record anything that I just recorded. So we're gonna fix that and we're gonna continue going. Right now, we've got a lot going on the farm. We've actually rented a new piece of machinery to use to kind of help put on fertilization, because I did come to a conclusion. We are not going to be putting down any of anhydrous this year or cultivating any more fields. We're just gonna direct plant into the current fields. So if you actually look back there, Chris is currently going on the 8530, I believe is what we have, with the Kinsey planter. We are direct planting everything, the row cleaners. We sharpened them up pretty nicely and they are just a going. So the first thing we have to do before we can honestly start planting like the boys are, is we got to finish spraying field. And I know I could just use the same old sprayer that we have been using, but I want to get stuff done in style this year, and on top of the style, I want to get it done fast. So say hello to my little friend. I went ahead and leased this Patriot 350 so that we can get all the work we need done as soon as we say done. So we're hoping that this right here will help us get everything fertilized for the year and make sure we're good on all chemical standpoint. Alrighty, and just like that, we have the old sprayer filled up and ready to go. Another thing we did end up doing that sadly didn't get the footage of is we rented a slurry spreader for a little bit. Went ahead and sprayed on the 2 fields that we did cultivate. So now they're at least sprayed and they're good to go. They are going to be beans, so they didn't really need a whole lot of fertilization, but I would rather put something on there, and if all we can put on there and get away with it would be slurry, it's better than nothing. Go ahead and then open up these booms. So now one thing I do like about this right here compared to the other girl, this thing is auto adjusting. It auto adjusts for the ground height. Like, I so much am in love with it. Like, I really shouldn't be this much in love with this machine, but yeah, you can see how it's like auto adjusting to like the ground near it. It does a really good job at doing what it needs to do, and we're making sure to hit that full fertilization. So hopefully we're looking at this field a nice good profit for the year. And look at that. The Texan needs to go down further over there. I don't know, just something about the booms auto adjusting, where our old ones, you get too close to the ground with it, you are going to pay the piper. It's just nice. So let's go ahead and get this field finished sprayed, and let's go spray the other 2 wheat fields as well. And just like that, we now have all of this field ready to go. We have all 3 of the wheat fields completely finished out and completely fertilized, so we don't need to worry about them anymore. It does look like Chris did finish up with that field right there. It looks like he missed a few spots, so I'm gonna come back and kind of tidy up the entire field, make it look a little bit more presenting, then move on to the next field. Might have him actually move on to the far field and get started down there, or maybe one of these two closer fields. We'll have to see, because I know for a fact these two close fields were both done. We did spray manure on that one. We sprayed it on the other one as well. So we just got to get them planted and they should be perfect. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and get Chris started in here with the beans. He's going to be putting the beans down, getting the business done. So now it's going to be up to me to go over to the other farm and tidy that up, make it look nice and pretty. Alrighty, planter's folded up and we are heading off. We got to head up there to the biggest field we own, all the way up at the top of the map. One of the guys is going to come back and pick up me in the truck so that we can go get some seed and some fertilizer for this thing, because it is definitely going to need it. Another big thing about this tractor right here is we've definitely put in a lot of hours on this tractor, and I do feel bad for the old girl. We might need to send her to the John Deere dealership just so that she can take a look at it. And I was right, 85.30 earlier, right now. I was right for once. Alrighty, $218, and that fills the truck up. Let's go ahead and head to town and get some seed for these planters, because they're going to be running out quickly. Alrighty, so we went ahead and got us some seed. I went with some Channel. Channel's always been a really good hybrid. We do got another version. I don't really know what this is. They just said, trust me, it's just a hybrid. And then of course we went ahead and got some soybeans. You just need corn and soybeans is what we plant around here. Luckily we don't have to worry about planting wheat right now, so we're a long ways from worrying about anything else. And there they go. I'm gonna let him keep going, and pretty much, actually I may let him just sit in the truck and refill the trailer while I do me some planting. Alrighty, so I just spent the last few minutes getting the planter switched over to beans. Everything's ready to go. I'm gonna take it down there and go plant the last field of beans, and then I'm gonna switch it back to corn, because I'm gonna plant one field of corn that is going to be used for silage only. We didn't do no silage last year because we didn't really need it, so I do have to at least plant one field full of nothing but corn. Alrighty, we got the cornfield knocked out, and guess what? We are now done. There's no more work needs to be done, at least I know of. The cows are fed, the pigs are fed. I mean, everybody's looking healthy. If you see right here, the pigs aren't worth enough yet for me to worry about selling them. This 181, I want to see that into easily what this is worth right here, 320. And we need some serious cash for that. But one issue with that is we're running through some kind of food every single day on the farm. So we do need to start considering getting rid of some of them, just seeing what they would sell for or something like that. Now the cows themselves, they are doing fantastic. We're raising them out. They're doing really well in my opinion. And hopefully we should be looking at giving some more births here within the next few months. And one thing I am thinking about doing is I'm going to keep the bull. He's been here forever, but we only do have one bull. So one thing I am thinking about doing is possibly getting rid of him and looking at getting a newer bull that hopefully can breed the cows. I know we've been having a little bit of issue where his breeding isn't sticking to some of the heifers. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Right now I'm just pulling out the honeybee header because we're getting ready. So right now we're pulling out our honeybee header because we have to get it ready to go out into the field. Today is the first day of harvest, and we are of course starting our harvest out with a wheat harvest, and I cannot be more excited. Oh, it's just so amazing to finally get this stuff rocking and rolling, ready to go. On top of that, we also need to pull the John Deere out, and we need to pull out one of the other tractors as well, because we got a lot to do, a lot of stuff to set up. We also need to get spraying done as well. So probably, I don't know, winds are kind of a little bit picking up right now. I really don't want to put too much time into spraying at this moment. Until the winds die down, I don't really want to spray too much. We still have to spray for the weeds, and we've been kind of lacking on it because the winds have been so bad the last few weeks and months. So right now, everything's kind of dying down a little bit, so I think we're going to finally get into it today, but I want to give it a little bit more time to kind of die down a little bit more so we can actually get into the field with our rented sprayer. Now I got to back up and attach it to the honeybee header. So I am going to leave the wheels on it. I'm just trying to make sure that everything works good. That looks perfect. So this honeybee header right here is a draper mixed with an auger. The auger's up there to kind of any beams that want to go over, they'll just go ahead and push them directly towards our internals. So this thing looks like it is golden and ready to go, and I'm excited about that. So we're just gonna go ahead and fold that up, back this back up over here. We're ready there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna take this out to the field just so it's ready to go. We need to get the semi truck hooked up, but actually the semi truck is all the way over there. I do want to show you guys this. We did this on a live stream, so we did have fun and do all this right here. We mowed it, and of course we cultivated and planted it straight grass. Just did want to kind of let y'all know what we did there and why that's all changed. It's not been bad. It was actually, we did it and had fun on live stream. Alrighty, and after a lot of moving equipment around, we finally got our harvester ready to rock and roll. So we're just going to take it on down here, and we have all the equipment down there we need. We have our auger wagon, we have our semi-truck trailer, and then of course we have our header. And I will say I'm excited to finally be getting into the field with our S670. I'm so excited. It's been so long and I've been waiting. I've been looking at this combine like soon it's finally here. Just gotta slowly come up here. That's what we want to do. We want to pick that up, detach that, and back straight up. Unfold that, unfold that. All right, there we go. Got everything kind of dialed in, ready to go. We should be putting down a swath row as well. So we're going to start with, of course, the headland. That should help us out in getting this field started, and shouldn't take us too long to get this first little half of this field done, because honestly this is going to take a hot minute to do all of these fields, because we got a lot of wheat. I do like for the option of having this new combine. We did choose a combine that had a hopper the size of both of the old combines combined into one, so it helps us out a lot and doesn't really make us miss too much of the other two combines. And that's also why we went with an upgraded header. It just keeps everything in one location. You don't have to worry about two combines, and it honestly just makes it a lot easier. I'm kindly letting Jacob take over the new harvester, and I'm gonna run grain cart for a little bit. I've had my little bit of experience. I wanted it. It's a really nice machine, and honestly I can't wait to see what it can do. Starting out, I think that we may not have a big enough grain cart for it, but hey, we'll see as time goes on. Our grain cart should be sufficient enough to at least get one full load out of it. Maybe a load and a half. Yeah, it should be about a load and a half. Yeah, there it goes. 654 bushels. That is going to be, that is an amazing amount. Just to get one full hopper off of that guy, and this 654, yes, I do know there's probably a little bit extra because he was in the middle of some runs, but that is still going to be massively more improvements, and I don't have to worry about running two combines down, keeping two of them running. I can focus on one at a time, help one, and we don't gotta worry about it. But there is a downside to it. If this combine breaks for any reason, we're having to fix it ASAP, because there's no other combines that we'll have here on the farm. This winter I really need to talk about getting this right here leveled a little bit better, so we're not having to go so deep into the ditch. And it took a little bit longer to actually get a full trailer hopper than I thought it would, but we are finally getting the back a little bit of this hopper filled, and it's actually loaded as well, so we probably got another trailer ready almost to go. So I'm gonna come on, just take it on down here. Gotta sit right here for a second. We're just gonna take the semi truck and at least take it back to the shop and out of the way, so we can go ahead and keep transporting more. So far, the wheat does not look like it's performing the worst in the world. I've definitely seen worse performance out of the wheat, especially when we had it up in that northern area. It did not perform good at all. Let's turn on into here. Before we actually unload the wheat, we honestly might want to stop for a second and get some diesel. Little red lights blinking at me, and it's been a little hot minute since we put some diesel in her. We'll pull right here. That'll be about $600. That diesel just gets more and more expensive as time goes on. Pull around this corner, say hello to the Wilson. I really do want to start looking at getting another semi-truck trailer. While I'm in the cab of the tractor, I might just start looking for another semi-truck, because we really do need it for the farm, and we can start running the Wilson and this and really start knocking out some fields. Alright, put up the 2 loads of wheat we got. I wouldn't mind maybe at the end of this year possibly looking at picking up that field, because we do got enough money that we are not really struggling anymore. That first year was a really bad struggle. This year's not as bad. We've been paying the bills pretty easily. Everything's been kind of looking up in the direction for the farm. Shut that off right there. Come over here. Let's jump on the inside this for a second, and let's get this thing unloaded and get this little bit of that field right there knocked out, and then we got to knock out the rest of the other fields. Well, it has been a little bit. I did a little bit of a live stream to take all of the wheat harvest and get it done. It was honestly really fun. I'm so glad that so many people showed up. I think we had a max of like 100 people at one point. So that's pretty cool to see that and kind of enjoy having that fun with the community. And honestly, I really like that. And for the people who showed up, comment down below. I want to see all that. But right now we're heading back to the farm with our honeybee header, and we learned a valuable lesson. This honeybee header does not flex, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. So we may take it to the John Deere dealership and go trade it in. Not 100% sure just yet because we have so much on our list that we have to get done. And on part of that list we have to get done, we need to start thinking about getting the field spray. That is the next thing on my list to get done, at least, is spraying fields. Of course, after we get all of our wheat harvesting equipment back to the shop, we did look at the price of wheat, and wheat was exceptionally well priced. So we may look into getting that a little bit done. Because right now, wheat is going for $34. And right now, we are kind of in the middle of facing a decision. I'm thinking about picking up this right here. So this right here is field 41, and it's right across the road from our actual homestead. And it would give us another well-valued field for our harvesting efforts. It's either going to be that or that. And honestly, we can afford that a little bit better than this because they're wanting $91,000 for that. That guy's already wanting to sell that. So we're not 100% sure what we're going to buy just yet. I do know I want to buy something, but we don't know what. And a little bit of a loan update. We owe $1.2 million still on the loan. And so we could pay that off a little bit quicker and get that done. But honestly, with how much we're making enough where we're staying afloat, and we don't really need to worry about it as much. Now, I also did make the decision we're not going to hire a crop duster this year. I thought we were going to try, but we don't need to because we have all the equipment we need, and we are renting a sprayer right now. Maybe next year we can upgrade our sprayer to a little bit better, because also I thought we were gonna get more than one map done on this, so we're not. We're only going to get this map done. And with that being the case, and I'm making that judgment call now, I'm gonna start going full into this map, and I want to start making bigger upgrades, make more decisions, and I want to plan for more than 3 to 4 years. Because if you look right here, we do have a 70-month turn remaining. Honestly, we should be able to pay that a lot quicker than that. First thing we gotta do is go ahead and make a wide enough turn. Yep, perfect. We're gonna go ahead and park the honeybee header in here for right now, and I'm gonna get one of the girls to take me back out there to the main field. We need to start thinking about maybe getting rid of that, because I don't see us wanting to keep it if we can honestly upgrade to a better sprayer. Because I don't think we're gonna stay with a Case IH, but we may go to something different. We may, when we come back to get this semi truck, we may just go ahead and take it directly to Suncorp and just make it a little bit easier on ourselves. Oh, that's cool. This right here is what you call unloading real quickly. So right now we need to put this back up where it belongs. There we go. We got that dropped off. We're good there. Now time to park the old girl up, or get her washed off really. She's dirty. Been a little bit. We've been working really hard with her. Put her on in here where she belongs. And you got this thing, nice good swing. Got out of there. Now we just got to get it out of here. Perfect. Now we're looking good. Trying to get this old girl down the road and get some trucking going. So we're probably gonna, what's that? Yeah, you know what? It's making about $30 per bushel. So if we're making that, we got a good load of 1,600 bushels on there. Might as well just go ahead and sell it, then sell it in Minneapolis later. We'll make a little bit of money now. It'll cover kind of the cost of getting the new header, because I probably won't get much, but like $10,000 back for that header, honestly. All right, pull on into Suncorp. I think we should honestly get about $30,000 for this trailer load. I hope we'll find out exactly what we'll get here in a second. Alrighty, got the weight. Push on in. Let's go ahead. Should be door number 1 is what they're telling me to go into. Alrighty, door number 1. Here we are. This brake does not work on this truck. New upgrade. This is what the new upgrade should be right here. New truck. So we ended up coming away with about $50,000 for this load. I'll take that all day long. We'll take this on back to the farm and come up with our next step. I know one of my next steps is definitely going to be getting a new semi-truck no matter what now. This is stupid. Having no brakes whatsoever, and that's just not going to work. Back to the farm to find a new truck and to go ahead and get started spraying. Pull on in here. There we go. What we're going to do, we're going to tarp that, put it right here, and park it out of our way. So now that we got that out of our way, we got to go ahead and load the sprayer up with some herbicide and get this thing and going over some corn. Well, I'm online looking at some good old-fashioned equipment, aka meaning semi-trucks, because we need a new one badly. Go ahead and just go through this right here. Now she's a rocking and rolling, because I don't think that's enough spray to spray the 3 fields that I have to spray. Might be a little bit cheating, but hey, you got to use your resources. There we go. May not be 100% full, but at least we have enough to go ahead and get started on spraying some of these fields. Starting to wish I went with the spot spray right about now. Okay, we'll shut that off. We don't need that running the entire time we're working. Don't want to burn up a pump. Alrighty, first field is done. We do got 40% left in the tank. Maybe it will be enough. I don't think it will be. Maybe it'll be enough to get at least one more field done. I don't think it'll be enough to get all of them done for sure. Do need to pull around this right here. Be careful. There we go. Alrighty, so we got the second field sprayed. It did get that fully finished, but there's like nothing left in the tank. So we're going to take our big tanker, take it into town, fill it up, and see what we can get done with that. I've been on the phone with the John Deere dealership and, of course, a couple other truck dealerships. I think we found at least 2 trucks I'm interested to go look at. We may go look at them. We may not. We'll kind of see what all happens with them. With the John Deere dealership, though, they did tell me they have a header that I'm wanting. It's a flex head. It'll flex with us, do everything we need it to do, and it's going to be a little bit bigger than what we're currently getting. I personally wanted a MacDon head because those MacDon heads are gorgeous. Not only are they gorgeous, they're just so good working. They also flex to do everything they're not supposed to do. But this is where you got your butt in the situation. It's hard for me to justify spending the money on a flex head right now, or on a MacDon head, when it'd be smaller than what we currently have. I'd rather pay a little bit out of pocket and get a bigger head than not to pay anything out of pocket and get a little bit of money back and have a slower harvest. Because just so you people do understand, that harvest that we did took 3 hours solo to do it with that just one harvester. So, and that, thank God it was on live stream, and we got to have a fun time, but it did take a long time to do. Alrighty, we're currently sucking in all of our herbicide that we'll need, and we're just honestly just going to go ahead and fill it up. I think that's our best case. We don't need to buy it for a little bit, and we're going to spend a lot more money now, but later on we won't need to spend as much money. And there we go, $47,000 just on herbicide. We'll make that back in a semi-truckload, but we just got to get this back to the farm just to make sure. Alright, we're going to get this thing started up, and there we go. Now she's started up. We'll go ahead and fill this thing up all the way. Don't really got to worry about too much. She's now full. We're going to turn this thing off real quickly. I'm just going to leave the semi truck here while I just take the sprayer, because we got this one done. What else do I have to spray? So we got boom, field, that field, and that field. So we got 3 more fields to spray. So it's not many, but it's a good amount still. Okay, we got 1 more field of beans to do. Then we're going to start working on all the last 2 fields of corn. Let's go ahead and get these done and wrapped up ASAP so we can go ahead and get the next section of work done. Because the last thing we got to start working on is getting the baling done today. Alrighty, and just like that, we are now done with spraying. I don't think we have any more spraying, honestly, we need to do. Yeah, we're done. I'm going to end up needing to use the pump on the generator over there at the container so I can suck all of the herbicide out of here. We're going to return this one. I think next year if we get one, it's going to be an older John Deere. As much as I like this Case Age, a John Deere would be nice to have. It did a really good job though this year, and it did everything we needed to do this year. So I can't complain. Case did a really good job on this one. And plus, reminds me a lot of what I used to do spraying back in the day when I was a farmer. Here we go. I'm gonna take this phone back to the farm, and then I'll come back and get my truck here in a minute. Next step will be getting to baling. Listen, don't make me bale. I don't want to bale. That's a lot of baling. This field by itself is gonna be 5 hours. Don't mention I probably need to rebale the grass. I need some silage grass probably. Oh, this is not gonna be fun. So once we get this thing parked in here, I'm gonna call the guys to go ahead and get it out of my farm so we can start thinking about next year. I will not lie, I like this sprayer a lot. It did a good job, did what we needed to do. Now we just gotta get the truck back home. All right, just gotta back this on back into here. Yeah, she looks pretty good. We got everything kind of working out. So a couple things we probably need to start looking at getting done. One of these things is going to be getting this either figured out what we're going to do with this. We're not using it whatsoever. We're either using our grain sites and pretty much that's it. We need to get rid of this so badly. This is no way I can let it stay around for the rest of this harvest. I've already talked to John Deere dealership. They have something for me to come look at, so we're going to take a look and see what it's like. Next thing on the list of stuff we need to talk about, this right here, the semi-truck. The Mac, it's done its job. My grandpa owned it for a long time. I don't think I want to sell it, but in the same sense of I don't want to sell it, I don't want to keep it running as a semi-truck because the brakes on it are just, they're going out. It needs a lot of work. And honestly, I don't really want to put that much time into working on it if we don't have to. I think what we can get away with doing is going buying two newer keyword there, semi trucks that will work just as good. I think some internationals will be fine, maybe some day cab, Kenworth, something simple to kind of pick up and go with. Right there, right there. You know what? We'll back this up. But we want to kind of just get everything figured out. There's so much stuff needs to be done. There's so many things need replaced, and there's just so much I want to do with the farm. Like, I want to buy a new field, I want to buy a new semi truck, and we need to get a new header. There's so much going on. Cultivation, want that. I want new tractors. There's just so much on the list, and honestly not enough time to do it all. It is a cold October morning / afternoon. We are currently driving our new Freightliner. And yes, you heard it correctly. We bought ourselves a new Freightliner semi truck. I came down to a couple of decisions. It was a cross between a Freightliner, a Kenworth, or a Peterbilt. Well, I offered $80,000 for this Freightliner, and we got the Freight Shaker. And I know you're like, 80,000. What was this man thinking? First off, remember, today's prices are stupid high. So this thing went $80,000. On top of that, it's an older model, so I kind of like it being a little bit older. On top of that, it only has 100,000 miles on it. It was bought by an old farmer who's now just getting out of the game, and I just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass me up. When else are you gonna have the opportunity to jump on here and grab a 100,000 mile Freightliner for $80,000? That's kind of what you're looking for. So yeah, I kind of bought this. This is the new truck, and we are going to be retiring the old one. I'm still looking for a second truck. Have any suggestions? Comment them down below. But this is going to be the first truck we're going with. Perfect. I love it. Now on to the next things. I've not bought the next header that we need for the combine. I've still got the draper head, but good news is beans should not be ready yet. And corn is going to be ready before beans, especially the silage corn. We got to get silage corn done today. And with those being our main objectives, I'm not really worrying too much about our draper head. I am still working with the dealership. We think we found one because we thought we found one a couple months back. Fell through. I put in an offer for it. Somebody else has already bought it before I was able to actually say, hey, this is what I'm willing to give for it. Someone else bought it. So it happens. Even though we're mainly going to be focusing on doing silage today, this truck is not going to sit docile all day. We are going to start with the wagons, of course, but I got a actual trailer for silage coming in today. I've already spent the money on that, so it's going to be here soon. And I figured a nice semi-truck trailer to do silage with would be a little bit nicer than them wagons. Even though we got a new semi-truck, don't mean we got to stop doing our old chores. That means we got to go ahead and get both these gates opened up, as we got to feed the cattle, get them ready to rock and roll, and get on to the next jobs of the day. We also need to start thinking about selling milk again. Oh, how's it going, girl? Our cattle that was just born a couple months back are doing fantastic. We are actually getting close to another group of calves being born, and hoping once they're born, our old group of calves are ready to be sold. Pigs, looking good. They're about ready to go out. I'm waiting for the pigs to be worth about $300 almost a piece, and then we're going to sell the pigs. But in my opinion, the best way to start the morning of any day is just go ahead and start up your 40-20. Gotta love the good old 40-20. And also get this thing with some good old cattle feed and feed these cattle TMR. They should need about 3 or 4 truckload, 3 of these right here, and they should be good. We do need to start probably pulling some hay bales off top there and putting it down there. Yeah, there's a lot we honestly should be doing. We just haven't got it done yet. Honestly, we've been working on so much stuff in the meantime, getting stuff ready, working with the other guys that own the farm right across from ours. They're wanting to sell. And honestly, I think packing on that land may not be the worst idea in the world, especially if we are close again to selling animals. I mean, our milk production by itself has been paying for all the bills, so I think I'm kind of happy with it. 1, 2, 3, and number 4 finally going in. We're gonna let that keep going while that is unloading there. We're gonna come over here real fast, shut the gate, because somebody last time they were feeding, not gonna name a name, kind of forgot to shut the gate. Betsy, get out of I told get out of there. You know better than that. Really, Fred? You know, keep doing that, I'll end up with ground beef. All right, I'm gonna take this out of here for the cows. Just Betsy, you know, there's some things you just don't ask about a man's cows, and that's I think one of them. Just gonna drive slowly away and make sure she has food. Now we do got to go ahead and get this thing ready to go. It has been sitting in here since I first got the farm. We've yet to use it. It is time to finally use the old silage chopper. Now this has been a coming for a long time, and I'm excited. I finally get to use my silage chopper. Alrighty, first bit of silage. It feels like it was never gonna come. Wow, it's fun to finally be able to sit back and harvest some silage. Now, can I also mention about how good the corn's yielding right now? Like, this corn is it's already looking like 20% back there. So one thing I'm definitely going to do, sadly, I'm not going to be able to run this thing the entire time. I'm going to set one of the guys, probably Jacob or Chris, I'm not sure yet, to come on out here and do this job for me while I run the wagons back and forth right now. And whoever's driving this thing is going to be full because those wagons take so long to unload. It is pathetic. All right, Chris is getting going now. And he's just going to go ahead and get this entire thing chopped up while we get ready. All right, I went ahead and grabbed the 8110 from the shop. It's pretty much about the only job I trusted to do this, and using the wagons back and forth. I don't really see myself using this tractor much anymore as I would like to. Maybe I'll look into getting another tractor. As of right now, it's not my favorite tractor to use with the issues it does have with courseplay, of course. All righty, we got this thing ready to go. Chris is working over there, getting that thing knocked out. He has got that thing. Shouldn't take him honestly too long. This is going to be definitely a longer job than we want it to be. I'm going to cross through right here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't slow down, don't slow down, don't slow down. Come on, you can make, there we go. Perfect. It shouldn't take him honestly too long. He's going to be waiting on me more than I am going to be waiting on him. I ain't gonna wait on him whatsoever because these things are just so slow, of course. Take it from all the way out here in the field all the way back over there. That's gonna be one of our main bottlenecks. And just like that, our new trailer is in. I finally got to talk to the boys and they were able to deliver it. Man, this thing is a beaut. I can't wait to get over here and start using it finally out in the field. I don't know how long honestly it should take us to get all this done. I think with this right here, I think we can hold about 50. Oh, I think 85 yards is what we can hold in this. So we'll kind of use it to a little bit of our best ability and kind of go from there. But for right now, it is definitely going to work for what I need it to do. It's going to be the one part I don't like about it too much is I'm going to have to sit here and drive right next to the guy. But it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Well, just like that, as soon as it started is as soon as it's done. We have now filled up, I don't know how many of those truckloads we did, but we did a good number of those. I went in and just used this wagon for a little bit. The tractor's already still fired up. Took it over here. We're going to come back over here, or one of the girls are going to come drop me off and take the wagon on back over here. So we should be good with that. We're going to unload this one real fast, put the wagon back, and then put the tractor. Then I'm going to go back over and get it. Alrighty, so we got this thing fully unloaded. Now we just got to park it out of the way, and we will officially have at least this little part of the harvest done. Silage did not take as long as I thought it was going to. Actually took a little bit less time. I'm perfectly happy with that. Now on to the next task of the day, which will be probably, let's see, we fed the cows. wouldn't mind going and testing, seeing if any of the beans are ready. If the beans are ready, wouldn't be the worst idea in the world to possibly look at going ahead and getting the header for the combine. Shut off right there. Yeah, let's go ahead and go see if the beans are ready. And if any of our beans are ready, we'll go ahead and get a combine. He's looked pretty good. Let's see. Oh yeah, they're cracking. If I wait yeah, if I wait too much longer, they'll start really easy shelling. Yeah, we need to go ahead and get these out of the field today, which is a good thing. We don't have many fields to do, so we're not going to really worry about if we can. It's more like, can we get a header in time? So let's go ahead and head up to the John Deere dealership and trade in our headers. We got to take this sucker with us. The Honeybee, it was a good header while we had it, but I still can't afford to sit there and deal with the non-flexing of capabilities of this header. It's just not in my ballpark of what I want to deal with. Which, another thing, we're still waiting on them to come pick up the case. They were supposed to be here the other day to pick it up, still have yet to come. I'm hoping they'll go ahead and get it out of our way as soon as they can. And an extra $10,000 later, we have ourselves a flex head that is a lot bigger, or a little bit bigger than our old one. So this is a 50-foot dripper head that has some flex to it. In my opinion, it's going to be a lot better. We also have a actual header trailer alongside of it. This is a 50-foot header trailer for the flex head, so we shouldn't have no issues with it. All right, at home sweet home with our new header. You know, let's not pull inside of there to have to immediately pull back out of these small gates. I am better off coming down here where I can get a nice good wide turn and pull right back out, and let's go to the first field. I'm honestly not expecting too many fills of a tank. All I'm gonna hook up is just the grain cart and of course the combine. I don't see the point in hooking anything else up as of right now. There we go. Getting about 101 bushels to the acre right now, which as you can see is somewhat better. Not the best, but it's a little bit better than what we were getting last year. Some areas it's going to be a little bit more yellow on average. I mean, we did harvest corn here last year, so it's not really knowing what to pick up for it. So, I mean, I think we're doing good in my opinion. So far, everything's looking pretty good. We got 120 bushels to the acre. We are going about 9 miles an hour, which is honestly, this header is feeding it in really well. So we'll keep her at about that kind of speed. And we are putting a dent into this hopper and filling it up. So here's something I don't recommend. When you're too lazy to get out of the combine and let one of your workers kind of take it over, I do not recommend, if you see your auger trailer or auger wagon sitting close to the fence, just to back up and unload into it. Do not do this. Do as I say, not as I do kind of situation here. But it is kind of convenient to have both the auger wagons sitting right there on the edge of the fence. And just like that, we are now done with this field. Now we finished up the beans. Got the, of course, combine switched over to corn, ready to rock and roll. Dropped the trailer right there to finish out the milk contracts that we got. We've already took a couple loads out. We got $821,000 in our bank account right now. We're paying the land out. What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. All right, let me walk back to the shop and get some diesel. All right, let's go ahead and put this in. Let's go ahead and put this in here. Perfect. Got that thing filled up a little bit. We'll take this on. We should have enough diesel now to make it all the way over there, and then we'll fill up at the gas station. We're selling to the same gas station again. Might as well just go ahead and take it over there. All right, time to put this thing in gear, get this truck on the road. By the way, I absolutely love this truck. I've slowly become where I'm in love with it. It's just overall, it's a nice looking truck. Freightliner, especially this year, Freightliners were my favorite and it still are. So of course today we have a lot of stuff to do. We got to go ahead and knock out 2 fields of corn, and that's 1 field right there. We got to get done. Then we got to turn around and get the other big field all the way over there on the other side of town done. It's gonna be a lot, trust me, I know. On top of that, we need to get 2 fields cultivated and prepped for seeding, because we got to plant some wheat crops. Yes, it is that time for the wheat. But we probably won't plant our wheat crop until next month, just so we at least have some time to get it done. But for right now, we know for 1,000% we're planting it. We know we're planting next month, but we need to get it in the ground ready this month. With it being wheat, I'm not really going to put that much on it. I know one of the fields is a corn ground, and the other one is a bean ground we're doing. There's something about this right here that looks so nice. Like, I'm not going to lie, this truck looks beautiful going across this bridge. And I guess we got here in perfect time because, yeah, we ran out of diesel. But we got plenty of diesel now. $2,000. Oh, this thing's getting expensive. So I've seen some comments and in my comment section, and I've asked you guys last time, and I've been asking a little bit here and there. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should buy the land or pay the loan off? Most of y'all say buy more land, and I'm starting to kind of agree with you. So I do think at the end of this year, we will have the money to pay the loan off, even though we do. And I don't think we are. I think we're going to honestly pay the loan off. It'd be smarter to do it that way, and also it'd give us a little bit more money and income with more land. Another $62,000 in our pocket later, and a $5,000 bonus for environmental scores, because we have pretty good environmental scores across the board. Not 100%, but it's actually pretty good for what I'm used to. Alrighty, so we dropped the trailer off back there. We're good to go on that aspect. Cows are fed. Time to go on to the next thing only left to do. And the next step, of course, is corn harvest. We got to get it done, especially today, because we're running behind. I don't think we're gonna have enough time to plant everything like that if we don't get it done today. I'm gonna take our little freight liner here and hook her up to the trailer. Still not have made my mind up or not about, are we gonna keep the grain at the co-op or are we gonna keep it here on the farm? Part of me wants to leave it over there, especially for that big field, because it's just a lot of trucking back and forth that's going to have to happen. And it's just going to be me and one other guy out there this year. So if it's just 2 people, I'm attempting to just take it wherever it's the closest to for right now and kind of figure it out more later in the future, which does mean we might take a hit for it in the long term. So let me go ahead and get the guys out here and ready to rock and roll down the road so that we can enjoy our lives and get this stuff out of here. Alrighty, so we're almost here at the field. Actually, we are at the field. Looks like the guys are ready to rock and roll. They got the semi truck here. We'll go ahead and jump in that real fast. Go ahead and unroll that tarp and park it out of the way. Let him park the gravity wagon as well out of the way. There we go. First little bit of corn harvest. Oh, I've been waiting to do this for so long. Let me kind of back up and re-hit some of these areas just to give the actual grain cart driver a little bit of room to pull into here. Want to make sure that he has all the room he needs. And there we go. Now we just got to do the outskirts. Shouldn't take us too long. Looks like the corn is yielding about 233 bushels per acre, which is, for what I can see, on average from last year. So if we're averaging pretty good like we did last year, honestly, we should come out as very much winning. Alrighty, we're gonna close up that right there, and we're gonna back on out of here. We're gonna let Mr. Chris keep going on the corn. We are on the facts going to go ahead and take this to the co-op. So we have confirmed that these facilities around there are gonna be rented out for $30,000 a year. With that being the case, I'm not gonna waste my time in putting stuff here and then immediately having to transfer. So we're just gonna take it to the co-op and just store it all there. Alrighty, we're gonna take this old John Deere up this worst road on the county. Oh, I really need to start fixing this road. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. I really dislike this road. These rocks are terrible out here, but it is the quickest way up here, and I hate to say it. But everything so far in this field has been coming out pretty good. We're seeing a lot more green on the upper side of the field, so it looks like this year maybe the bottom sides of the place haven't been doing so good, so maybe it was a really wetter year. I didn't think it was that much of a difference in moisture, at least for the ground, but I guess we had a way worse, wetter year this year than what we did last year. Maybe I need to start thinking about putting some tile down. I know I definitely don't need it up here on this high section. We've been producing pretty good. Last year it was a yellow, I want to say it's like a dark yellow. Let me actually inside the cab here, and I can tell you for 1,000% what exactly it was. So yeah, as you can see, it's like a dark yellow, and now it's coming to a green, which is exactly where I want it to be. I want it to be a nice greenish color. That means we're improving the ground. Now, this is a yield map that kind of does tell us what's been going on. We're also getting 250 bushels to the acre almost, which I can live with that all day long. And just like that, harvest season is over. I think we're gonna come away with at least $1 million at the end of this harvest season. I mean, yes, we didn't have the biggest corn harvest in the world, and yes, we did use one of our fields for silage, but hey, I think we're gonna come away with some kind of cash. And this time, I think it's gonna come through. Let's shut both these off. I gotta take the old Freightliner and take her to the co-op. Let's drop off both of these loads because we gotta come back and get that load. Take everything to the house and then get, of course, the cultivation equipment started and ready to go, because we got 2 fields that gotta get cultivated today, or we're gonna end up missing our window to plant wheat. Unloaded. So me and the boys are ready to head on to the shop. We got everything ready to rock and roll. Left side there, just getting everything figured out. We got to hit this road, flip the beacons on, and we're good to go. You know, it was a good harvest season I think we had here. I don't think we did the worst in the world, but I definitely don't think we did the best either. So, like, one thing I have been thinking about a lot recently is this is honestly the main workhorse of the farm. It does a lot of the work and for no break. I am thinking about possibly picking up a new tractor, another tractor that's like in the 8R section, or like something equal to or greater power of an 8R. Maybe a 9R would be nice, an older 9R. But then you get into the other conversation of, if you get a 9R, do you get a bigger piece of tillage? And honestly, I think with tillage, we could use a little bit bigger, but I don't know. I'll shut it off for a little bit before we got to get everything else done. I want to kind of make sure we put everything up and everything looks as good as we can get it before we actually start making decisions. So one of my main decisions right now is, of course, do we buy the new tractor? Do we buy it now for tillage, or do we buy it next year for planting? What type of tractor? What size of tractor? You know, I'm gonna sit here and watch this thing and I'm gonna think about it. I don't think we'll do anything dumb yet. I want to research and kind of get some more information in. And if you guys have a comment or a favorite tractor that you guys want to see me buy that's going to be of equal power to an 8R, it's got to be as good as what our current tractor is, if not more powerful. But it can't be like a 50-20 or something like that. And those tractors are nice to have, but there's your big but here, they're not practical to have on a farm of this scale. I just gotta park this little sucker right here, and we're not gonna put the big disc or anything like that on the back of it. Which, yeah, actually, I think we should go with the disc, because we are going to be going over bean ground and corn ground. I don't want to switch halfway through. So right now, we're only doing field 50 and 46 as going to be our wheat ground. These are pretty much just going to be the ground we're going to keep for wheat. We're going to keep for all this stuff. And yeah, this thing's going to turn it over. It's going to do a good job on this. I would rather something gonna be a little bit more abrasive to the ground, but hey, you got beggars can't be choosers. And right now we are kind of begging just to get this done and looking pretty. I was talking to the local Case dealership. I'll tell the John Deere dealership, I may have cheated a little bit, but we had to do it. So, as you guys can see right here, this is a Case 9380 sink shift. Now you gotta have it good. On top of that, you have a 2800 air seeder from Case IH as well. I'm so excited. I've always wanted an air seeder, and so the fact that we were finally able to afford one and actually got a bigger seeder now is amazing to me. I'm excited that we actually have something we can put down some decent seed with, and we actually have a more horsepower tractor, which now means we're getting rid of the other tractor. And by other tractor, I mean the 8110. It's a great tractor, but now that we do have some around here that has more horsepower, this is a 400 horsepower tractor now. Has more than the 8110. It's better size. I like it a little bit more, and it's, I don't know, it just looks better to me. And plus, it gives me more access to do bigger equipment. That means we could possibly look at getting bigger cultivators for the future, maybe even some bigger grain carts, if you know what I mean. Just there to kind of help out. So one thing we are going to do is we have this thing pre-programmed, ready to go for the wheat. Turn on the air, we should be good. Oh yeah, and it's already got fertilizer as well. Now it is of course going to take a lot of time to get used to having an air seeder. It's definitely different than what we're used to doing. We're used to having it directly hooked up, but this means we can plant for longer stints because of course we have the bigger tractors and we have the more seed in the back. We have more seed, we have more fertilizer. We can just keep on going and get this whole field done. So we'll just go ahead and get all this done. We'll get this whole field planted. Hopefully it'll take a little bit of time, but this is pretty much what we're doing for most of the day, is just going to sit here and get this thing done. Just like that, we are now done with planting this field. I'm gonna probably send one of the other employees to go plant the other fields because we got other things to get done today. Meaning we gotta go ahead and start cultivating some fields. Let's go feed some cattle. It's pretty much just gonna be a planting, cultivation kind of day. So me and Chris taking 2 loads of wheat to the train. Let's take it to Minneapolis. They'll take it to a mill there. On top of that, Jacob is already in the Case IH doing some planting. We do have 2 trucks now, so we're choosing to use both of them to take these loads into town. We're just going to take them slow and steady just so we have both of the trucks in line once we get to the mill. Or not mill. I know why I keep saying mill. I've said mill like 4 times now. I mean the actual train. Once we get to the train, then they'll take it to the mill for us and do what they gotta do. Now, if this don't look good right here, I don't know what does. Just me and Chris heading on down here and 2 nice, neat looking trucks. I think it looks beautiful. Dude, the train ain't coming. So Chris has went in and took my truck back. I'm currently unloading his now. We're probably not going to take all the loads actually. You know what? I think 2 loads right there should be enough. But we'll go ahead and call the train over and at least make this a little bit of money. All right, we're going to load this first car up with wheat. I think actually we have enough in there to fill it up all the way, so we're not just wasting our time by sending just 1 car or just one like quarter of it. Yeah, we filled up the entire first car. So, and there shouldn't be much left. Yeah, there's like 200 something bushels left in there, which I'm fine with. Alrighty, time to take this old train locomotive. Let's go ahead and sell it. We should make some pretty good money, I would think. And by pretty good money, I mean great money. All right, my guess is 200K. Come on, big money, big money, big money. So 100 and something thousand. Now that just paid for the brand new tractor we bought and the seeder. So that was actually worth it. Okay, hey, as long as we keep making investments like that and we keep paying off, we're doing pretty good in my opinion. Alrighty, after making all that money, we're back here at the farm just putting up the semi trucks and getting everything put up. After that nice little bit of money we made, we got one field done, our workers working on the other field, so it's not really a whole lot to do other than let's get the John Deere tractor hitched back up, ready to rock and roll. We got to decide what we're going to do. I don't think we're going to do any more tillage per se. We're probably going to just focus on actual plowing kind of thing. So we'll probably just use the abrasive disc would be my best guess. Yeah, this would be the best piece of equipment, especially on the corn ground. And the corn ground is mainly what I'm worried about right now, getting knocked out. Bean ground, we can definitely put a little bit of a light cultivation over during the spring. I'm not so worried about that. It's just getting all the corn knocked down that's needing to get knocked down right now, and we just haven't had the time to. So I'm gonna pull this around front and start working on this after I get done feeding, because I haven't fed no cows in a hot minute. So we need to go make sure that all the animals are fed. And by a hot minute, I mean I haven't. I know the employees have been, but I just haven't been the one feeding them yet. And since it's gonna be the last little bit, might as well use her while we still got her. We're gonna put her up for sale, probably about 100,000 if I had to take a guess what we could probably get back off her. So if I can get about $100,000 back from this tractor, it'd be a really nice investment overall. Alrighty, we're just gonna take the wagon. We got the wagon, of course, fixed a little bit ago. On top of getting the wagon fixed, we're just gonna load her pre-full of corn because we're gonna need to feed the pigs with this. They need some kind of feed. I know the guy's been taking about 1 or 2 trips over there a day right now to make sure they got plenty of feed, but they've been eating some kind of food, so it's getting about time to sell them. I'm honestly expecting probably a $10, $15, $20,000 out of these pigs. I mean, we should be looking at some serious kind of cash out of getting this done. All right, so we're gonna leave that there, go and let that unload in there. While that's going, we'll go ahead and pull that gate open. Let's go ahead and get our John Deere 4020 out. Again, one of the biggest workhorses of the farm right here. She is basically, this is her sole job, is just take care of the cows. And with that being her sole job, she gets a lot of use out of it every day we're on her, because you got to feed these animals every single day or you're not going to get profit out of them. We wonder how's the silage looking. Oh yeah, we're getting silage. Yeah, we'll go ahead and unload some total mix ration into here. I'm really excited to go ahead and get them pigs set in the market so that we're actually make money. Because right now the pigs have been nothing but a money pit. The cows have been like a majority of our money out of animals. And by a majority, I mean all of our money. Pigs have been nothing but a money pit. With how much corn they're eating, it's just not been really too much worth it with how much corn they've been eating lately. All right, sorry boys, gotta move out of the way. We have some more calves? Wait a minute. We had new calves. Okay. I'm like, that don't look right. We had new calves. We had 7 heifers and 1 bull calf. Okay. I did not know that. Yeah, these suckers are raising up nice. I did not know we had new calves. I need to come out here and check these guys more often, quit sending the workers. That's great. I love seeing that we actually had new calves. Wait a minute, what's that gonna bring the food bill up to a month? We actually have new calves. I really need to quit sending other people to do this job. That's awesome. The fact that we've already had new calves I didn't really know about is amazing to me. Oh man, I really need to move that silage over, but I'm not really worried about it right now. Man, I can't even, okay, never mind. I was gonna turn around the 4020 and hitch up to that right there, but I'm just gonna back this on in or pull it straight in because we don't have the telehandler over here at this farm. It's out in the middle of a field right now because we're still slowly but surely moving all the bales from those wheat fields. We have a little too much straw, and by a little I mean a lot. We have way too much straw right now for our own good. Can't believe we had new calves. I didn't even know about it. That's great. All right, time to back her up just a tiny bit. Let's pull on out of here. And it's now we're done feeding the animals. This job doesn't take too long, but it's one of my favorite jobs to do on the farm. You kind of get to roll down the road and you get to see your favorite thing. The animals, in my opinion, are one of my favorite things to deal with, or animals, or yeah, one of my favorite things to do in this game. I didn't really do it a lot, and it's amazing. I can't wait to do more of it in 25. We'll shut her off right there. We should be good. Now let's jump in the big girl. Let's go get some tillage done. There we go. Time to go get some good old corn tillage out of the way. Hopefully the corn tillage won't take as long as everything else has been taking here lately, but we'll see. Alrighty, so now we're getting into, now we got to look at everything. The dirt is nice. Got some nice dark deep dirt soil here, and we're kind of double plowing it. Oh yeah, now this will be good. Looks like we also will have to get a rock picker out here because there's a lot of rocks. Didn't really deal with that too much with last time we did this field, but hey, I can live with a little bit of doing some rock picking again. It's been a hot minute, so it makes sense that rocks are now appearing in this field. And just like that, that's an entire field right there cultivated. Didn't take as long as I thought it would. And that's beautiful. Honestly, it's beautiful to see like how much we were able to get done with it. Definitely does have a lot of rocks, so we do need to don't want to miss the exit. Almost went directly past it. We definitely do want to kind of get a rock picker out here to pick them probably during this fall, maybe during spring. We'll probably get one out there in spring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so big update right here. Actually, when I was coming back, I got the call for it, and the guy that was selling this field said, fine, sign the dotted line, and we finally have signed. This now belongs to us, $500-something thousand, and we own a brand new to us at least, field. I'm so excited. I mean, well, it's not even really new to us. I mean, this did once belong to my grandfather, and now that I've actually made the money to be able to buy it back, that is absolutely insane. I mean, we're working slowly but surely to start paying off the debt. I mean, we have $300,000 to go into this winter with, but we got big upgrades coming. We got humongous upgrades coming all the way throughout next year. I've even been talking, we may have we may even have a little bit of things here and there I want to do. I want to start seeing if I can apply, because I want to see if I can put a pivot. I want to put 2 pivots in here. Probably about one like right here and then one over there. It's kind of like irrigate. This definitely will be corn, because if I do the irrigation, I want it to be on corn. So we're just going to kind of experiment and see. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have for today. I appreciate you guys so very much. We've did a lot today. We got everything pretty much done, ready to go into next year. I'm going to probably send Jacob or Chris, whichever one wants to do it, to go finish out the rest of the cornfields to get those done. And then hopefully next time you guys see me, we'll be back in the spring getting some lime down or getting something done. It has been a little bit of time, and as y'all can see, there's been a lot going on. We are now in Missouri. I think the county's called Med Creek County or something like that. It's a weird place, but hey, we finally decided it was time to move, and we moved indeed. Now, I did want to give you a little bit of an explanation. I didn't move. Dang it. This thing does not like it, okay? We did not move on purpose. I didn't want to move. What kind of happened was we lost the save game file, and once I lost it, I really didn't feel like going through and rebuilding everything exactly to the T. So figured it was time to move on to bigger pastures, and what better and bigger of a pasture is there than in this place right here. So I did take a couple of things from the old farm. I went ahead and brought the Kawasaki with me. Great mule, love to have around. The John Deere A, I mean, this was my grandfather's first tractor, or one of his first, so I couldn't get rid of that. The 420, the workhorse of the old farm. Honestly, I expected it to be the workhorse of this farm, but before we actually get to any work, because I do got a long agenda and a long list that we have to get today, we're going to start with looking at the equipment. So this is our main machine shed here. We actually do have a sprayer this time around. We have a 4730 John Deere sprayer. On top of that, we actually do not have a John Deere combine this time around. We have an S98 Gleaner combine. And as you can see there, this is the 2023 model. Love that combine. I'm actually really happy to be able to start using it. We did get another 7810. Love that tractor. It's going to be a good Baling tractor. We actually got a 9620 with a good old cultivation of a sunflower disc. Got a different telehandler. We got a bigger tractor. I mean, you name it, we pretty much went ahead and rebought new, or it came from the old farmer. We did buy most of this farm pre-bought, where it was on here. We just bought his old equipment because it was just easier that way. Just like this planter right here, the Max Emerge XP. This right here was already on the farm, so we kind of kept that. We also kept his Kinsey 3600. We did pick up one of these feed wagons. I always love having one of those around. And of course, you got to have a grain cart and a Kinsey grain cart with a Case IH 9370 pulling it. Now, this is something also we did pick up, is these 2 drills. We're going to plant some wheat and some other stuff like that, like what we did before. This time we actually have to start with planting oats. Then we get to harvest that stuff later down the road when we are able to plant it. But there's no better place than to start right now. So we're going to take all the straps off, go ahead and get everything going and unload it. Oh, I forgot to show y'all what's in this shed. So we do actually have a little bit of stuff I'm going to play around with. We have a Heston mower. Gotta have your Vermeer baler. Love actually having to upgrade that. Got a Demco trailer alongside that. We got a Peterbilt. Like that's my favorite part. So we actually got two really nice semi trucks this time around. Vermeer, hey, you gotta have your little Cub Cadet mower. I mean, I'm gonna be using that thing to mow everywhere way around here. But this right here is something else that we're gonna be doing. I had this special order. This is another one of those Hestons. This is a Heston swather. I want to play with swathing stuff this time around. You got a trailer for the milk. About doing what we're doing, let's go ahead and get this 40/20 off. I'm gonna just kind of pull it on in here to the shed. So this is gonna be kind of the main shed where we park everything, and I mean everything goes in this shed. I know the cattle, we do already have cattle here that we did purchase. I think we have like 60 head around that area. And what we're going to do is feed them as time goes on and kind of go from there. But they don't need food right now because I had been paying somebody to make sure they're taken care of. And that's actually part of the money that I've already spent, was just paying that guy. As you can see there, there's a $313,000 we have in our bank account still. Yes, we actually do have a $1.1 million loan is actually what we have. I took an extra $100,000 out just for expenses because I know that loan right there is going to be pretty expensive to keep. So I was like, you know, let's just get a second loan. Yes, here it is. Now this right here is another really crucial piece of equipment. It's an 8920 Case IH. Love these things to death. And we do have some Case IH on the farm. All right, so now that we got everything kind of looked over, let's head to town real fast. Let's go buy some seed and some fertilizer, all that fun stuff, so that we can get into the fields soon as we can, so we can start planting oats. The plan is we're going to start with cultivating field 51, get that ready to go, but field 58, and of course there's two more fields, or one more field, 26. Maybe we'll do 33, or what I could do 58, what's their crop type? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do 56, 58, 32 and 33, and I'm gonna leave these two with beans. Let's go ahead and at least go get the seed so we can start planting later today. On top of planting later today, get cultivating. And of course, while we're waiting on the train, ladies and gentlemen, if you like this kind of content, please leave a like, subscribe, and do what you guys do best. It does help out a lot on the channel, and I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Alrighty, a lot more money than I want to admit later, almost $50,000 worth, but we have all the seed, fertilizer, and hopefully chemicals we need. I don't know if that's actually gonna be all the chemicals we need. There's gonna be a good chance we need more, but we'll kind of take what we got for right now and just use what we got. All right, let's go ahead and get the 9620 started up. Let's go ahead and just kind of pull her on out of here. She looks like she's ready to rock and roll. First thing we're gonna do is head over there and start cultivating that one field, the cornfield. I do know that the old guy did not own that field. I actually picked it up on a lease because the person who originally was leasing it decided they did not want to lease it anymore. So we got a pretty good deal on it. Oh, I'm at the wrong property. Whoops, that was bad. We're just gonna, I don't see a train coming. Gonna just go over here. There we go. Now that's our field. All right, now we're just gonna cultivate this field real fast, and hopefully it won't take that long because we need to get seeding those other two fields. So let's get it done. and just like that, we finally had that done over there. Taking the good old tractor back. She did a pretty good job over there, and I'm actually really impressed with it. Alrighty. We should be good there. What we're going to do, we're just going to take it as it is, and let's head on down the road. We got a long way in front of us to get where we need to be to get this fields planted. You can see those are our cows over there. Nice little herd we got now. Alrighty, so we're getting the oats in the ground. Let's kind of stop for a second and take a quick little peek back here. Make sure everything's going in. Yep, we're getting a nice little bit of seed right down. We're looking good. She definitely, the old John Deere definitely is being a really big help. So let's go ahead and get this thing completely done, and it shouldn't take no time at all. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a little bit chillier this morning, and we are on day 2 of planting. We got all the oat fields planted and ready to go. We got 32, 33, and then 58 planted. Now we're focusing on the main money makers, which is our soybean and corn. And on top of that, I already got Jacob and Chris already out here this morning checking up on the planters. They both did come with me over here, so I was proud to get them to come back. And so right now we have our Case IH hooked up to the John Deere planter, and then our John Deere hooked up to the Kinsey. I know most of you are gonna say that's backwards, but I like the bigger horsepower tractor on the little bit bigger tractor. Then yeah, plus this one can go a little bit faster. It's not pulling as much weight. We're actually gonna get both of these tractors folded up this morning because it's time to get them going. They are full of fertilizer and full of seed. That one is, at least. This one, we're doing something a little bit different, and that is we put herbicide in this one, and with this one, we're going to plant this home ground just to see if we can get away with spraying a little herbicide next to it to keep the weeds from coming in at all. So I'm gonna leave that right there for a second, let it cool off while the guys are getting back. They actually just left to get some food this morning. I think they're going to get some biscuits and gravy. I can't really tell you. So we're going to lower this down. I want to plant the home ground first. And most people are like, probably plant this in the corn. I'm planting in the beans because I know the beans are going to be probably worth the most this year for what I've seen. And I'm expecting a pretty good yield out of the beans. And plus, I'm better off by putting a little bit of herbicide right next to the beans than any fertilizer. All right, now I just got to do the old fun job of getting this field planted. By the time this field is planted, we should be able to move on to the next job, and that is getting the other planter going in a field. I don't know if we'll probably be out of herbicide by then. We're going to try to keep it full of herbicide as much as we can, but we'll kind of see where things go. Actually, one thing we do need to do real fast, just come back here, do a little bit of a spot check. There's one. Yep, perfect. About perfect depth, 2 inches where I like it. Let's get this whole field done and dusted so we can move on to planting the other fields of soybeans. And just like that, we got the first field done. We got this thing folded up. We're good to go on this section. Trying to figure out what all is left to go. So we're good here. We actually have, since we don't got much herbicide left, we're not going to refuel that. I think it's time for us to start hitting the bigger and better fields. I'm going to probably take this one over. Chris will take that one over. He'll get that field started. And I'm actually doing corn, it looks like, not soybeans. So we're not going to be able to do the same field, it looks like. But I'm okay with that. I'm going to come down here to this big field down here and get this done. Alrighty, so looks like our first field is right here. We're going to start, actually, I'm not going to do this field. I'm going to go a little bit further down because we may turn this one into a bean field. I'm not sure yet. We're going to go a little bit further down to one of our farther fields just to at least get it going. Alrighty, we're here at the field. So 47, 53, and 22 and 26 are all going to be cornfields this year. All right, looks like we're getting this thing pretty much going down the road. And these things, the good part about this is these are not straight rows. Actually, this will be the perfect time to turn on our so turn that on. We'll hit that button right there. So this is the monitor we got right here. We're going to kind of turn that on, kind of turn the lasers on just so we see where everything's at. We got to set an A point. All right, there we go. We'll tab this up, hit that, and then we'll hit that button. So hopefully whenever we turn that on, all we have to do is hit that button right there. And right now we have the rows that are in the dirt right there, or in the grass, turned off. So they're not going to be putting down anything. We just have the rows that are in the actual dirt turned on. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and focus on getting this entire field done. So let's get it done. Alrighty, and just like that, we now got that field over there completely finished. That took a little bit longer than I thought it would. So right now we're heading back to the farm to get a little bit more seed and make sure the animals are good to go. Probably just go ahead and feed them real fast and probably call it a day and send Jacob probably out on this tractor. Jacob or Chris, whichever one didn't take it, because I did leave them to figure out this field and get this one going up here, which for what I know, they should be getting pretty close to done with it here soon. Oh yeah, looking good. One thing I do want to eventually do is maybe buy like this field right here or that. I mean, we own that one up there. We own all three of those fields right there, but maybe buy that field as well. They only want $94,000 for it. We'll see in the future what we can afford. I know they decided just to go ahead and finish using herbicide with it. I'm not the biggest fan of it because I don't know if it's going to kill the weeds or not, because we may start to spray double, but it is kind of what it is. Loading up the last little bit of corn seed we do have. Everything's ready to rock and roll. Since that's ready to go, we'll kind of pull it up here and sit it out of the way for a little bit because we don't need it as of right now. Since we're good there, I think the next step will be probably jumping on this old girl. Yeah, we'll jump on this one. We haven't used her yet. At least over here we haven't. So we're going to jump on her and take her to get the feed wagon, and let's grab some quick feed for the animals so that we can get them fed and they have plenty of food going into tomorrow. Alrighty, we got to just do the quick old turnaround. Oh, didn't do it. Do the quick little turnaround, pull up here, and we need total mixed ration right there. Get this thing fully filled up. Looks like the first cut of grass needs to be cut here pretty soon. I don't know when we're going to do that. Hopefully, I'm thinking the next few weeks or next few days, whenever we get done with doing all of the planting is when I'm hoping to get that done. Honestly, we may do it on a live stream. Who knows at this point? That is one thing I don't like about this place is how we have to back up our feed mixer to the trough instead of just pulling up to the side like what we were used to. Now this is a substantially sized field. We got a nice little bit of a spring right there. Honestly, maybe eventually, since we don't got that big of a herd, we can cut this up a little bit more and kind of plant an actual crop right there would be a decent idea. I don't know. Tell me what y'all think down in the comments. Looking good though. I mean, they're all looking pretty good. They got everything going on they need going on. Let the feed mixer sit there for a second. Actually, we don't have no straw bales right now, so I'm not going to even worry about putting a bale in there. That sucks. Alrighty, so I'm going to take this back over there and put it out of the way for right now. Well, it took me a real bit of time to realize that I made a mess up. Not only did I tell them to come plant the wrong field, they planted the wrong field with the wrong crop. Now we have soybeans in this field instead of corn, which is what I wanted here. So it looks like we're going to switch up our plans a little bit and kind of go from there. It looks like we are going to go with a little bit of heavier of a soybean crop, it looks like, than what I wanted. I mean, we still plant both those down there, corn, but we probably should keep that soybeans Yeah, looks like everything. You know, I'm gonna plant corn right there in that small field. As much as I'm like, that should just be a bean field to make it simpler, I think we kind of have to make it a bean field, just because, I mean, a cornfield, because you gotta have corn near your home place. Like, it's a rite of passage, I feel like, as a farmer. We have to have corn near it. And push come to shove, we can just put some silage corn right there and make it into a good little bit of silage. That's just what we should do. That will be the silage corn. We are currently sitting here working on the John Deere 8345. Right now it does have row crop tires on, but we need to take off the duals off the back. I only want single row crop tires, because today we're going to go pick up something I've rented. We're going to do a little bit of side dressing, because as you can see right here, 55 has corn on it, but yet 55 has terrible nitrogen. So we need to go around and kind of fix the nitrogen on that field, and honestly fix it on a couple fields. So I figured doing some good old side dressing would be the best way to get it done. So let's go ahead and get these wheels took off of the side of this tractor and get this thing ready to go. We just got to start with taking all of these lug nuts off. All right, and just like that, we have the old tires off. Now we're able to just go ahead and take this and go to town with it. I just wanted to take off the duals because honestly I don't think we needed it on this tractor right now with the side dressing we're gonna do. Really, this is one of the first times I'm gonna be doing side dressing, so I'm kind of excited to see what new challenges this arrives. Can't forget about putting the four ways on, and of course the beacons up above. Alrighty, and here it is, a good old Demco side dressing bar. Now we did go ahead and pay for the rental of this. Is like $5-ish grand, so we paid a little bit of money for it, but hopefully it will be worth it. Alrighty, and after getting her full, we're good to head down the road. So another big thing we are going to look at doing and figuring out what we're going to do with it is we need probably a liquid tanker to transport fertilizer and all the stuff we're going to use to side dress. I'm just going to call it fertilizer. I don't really know exactly what you would use put in a side dresser. If you know exactly what you'd put in a side dresser, leave it on in the comment section down below. I'd love to learn a little bit from you guys. I can definitely say our soybeans up here have been looking pretty good. I'm excited to see what they end up yielding. Would like to next year probably put down a little bit of solid fertilizer down before we plant soybeans again, but we didn't know, of course, on the farm during the time when you'd put solid fertilizer down. Alrighty, go ahead and unfold this little sucker, and this should let us just put down straight anhydrous with this side dressing. So now we're starting to really get down there. So I know one big advantage of doing side dressing compared to normal spraying is, of course, you're putting it down there closer to the roots and actually putting it in the roots. So I'm excited to see what that does for the corn. And I do know some of this land we do have here is not the best in the world for yield. So I'm actually going to cheat a little bit, and I'm going to put down a custom application in some of these areas just so that we're putting down a little bit more and hopefully getting a little bit better of a yield. Because the better fertilizer you put on corn, the more of a yield you'll get, in my opinion. And just like that, it took us little or no time to get the first field fully anhydrous. Yeah, 2 fields are completely good to go. Next place we need to hit would be 30 or 22 and 26. Which I'm curious on why there's that mixture, but we'll find out when we get there. All right, and that's a little bit of a trip in front of us. Hopefully it won't take that long to get there, but I know it's going to take a hot minute to get there because that is our farthest away farms, but also right now our most crucial farms to make sure we get something out there. Also, I need to take account on like what kind of weeds that we see out there. What are weeds? Those are kind of my main concern. So we'll just kind of see what's out there. Alrighty, as you can see, we're finally here out in the field 22. We're going to get this thing started, and I think we're going to go ahead and put side dressing down on both this field and the other field. So with no further ado, let's get them done. Alrighty, so I just stopped for a little bit, had to get my wife to bring me all the way back to the farm. So we had to pick up ourselves a tank of fertilizer. So we did end up paying a little bit of a price for, I think, $5,000 just for the tank, and I don't know how much for fertilizer. We haven't paid for it just yet. We are going to pay for the fertilizer. It's just going to be later on after we've used all the fertilizer we need. Then they'll send me the bill for the year, which I do think we're coming up pretty close to being done with the side dressing of these fields, or at least the first field. We did end up using almost one and I don't know, about a quarter, about 75% of a tank on it. So that means that first one's going to need about a full tank every time we do side dress or something like that, which isn't that bad overall the field. So right now we're using our good old Peterbilt. I wanted to use the semi truck, not the pickup truck, because I know this thing weighs a crap ton. And plus, when you own semis like this, you got to use them sometimes and make sure they keep their gears lubricated. So now this is the next field right here we'll be working on, and it shouldn't take us too much longer of getting this other field done. I just wanted to get this down here because we did run out pretty quickly. Just go ahead and turn on into here, and the tractor's sitting up here waiting on us to pull up so we can start loading it up. First thing we're gonna do is fire this thing on up. That thing's good to go right there, and we'll go ahead and start the tractor back up and see where we need to sit. I know there's a certain way we have to load this thing up, and it looks like I have it put on the opposite way to load it. We are good to go. We got this thing fully filled up. Now it's time to get back out there into the field. Do a quick little bit of a turn. All right, I got the monitor pulled up here while we're driving over there to the other side of the field, because as you can see, all this has kind of been fertilized. I need to reset the tank. All right, reset that monitor right there. We'll hit that button, go ahead and let it start unfolding. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna pick right back up on the same-ish line that we were hitting beforehand. So now that we got this thing refilled, let's go ahead and get this thing finished. Alrighty, and just like that, we're done putting side dressing on. I'm trying to drive around the edge of the field now where that the yield will be guaranteed to be a little bit lower. Trying not to run over too much of this valuable corn. Throw the blinkers on because we're leaving this driveway. And probably next time we'll come back down this way is whenever we get our sprayer. And hopefully it'll be pretty soon. We'll get the sprayer out and start spraying the weeds. Now, see, one issue with this place is we cannot actually hold our semi trucks here, and that is going to be a really big challenge for corn harvest this year. And one of the reasons we can't hold our semi trucks here is because of that little bit of an incline we have right there. That's a big incline for those trucks to go up and down, especially when they're loaded. I've been told that they've never once, the people who originally farmed this, stop. Need to switch this over. Switch this to Kenny's field. There we go. Press. All right, there we go. We'll turn off the four ways. We don't need those on. Put that in. We have 1,689. So 93%. Put that down. Right now, we're still putting down about 177, which honestly, it looks like it wants me to up it just a little bit. So we'll up it just enough. We'll put 190 down. Alrighty, let's see what that does. So far, so good on this field, and hopefully Kenny's field ends up doing pretty good. Now, the reason we do call this Kenny's field is because that's the farmer who owned it was named Kenny. He ended up getting out of farming a couple years back, so we just kind of took it over because of that. Alrighty, and just like that, we are now done. Oh, we don't want to hit that by accident. There are four ways on like that. Good there, look that way. Start going that way. No one's coming from that direction. So what we're going to do right now is probably just take this and sit out there in the field and have my wife come pick me up after I've dropped it off. We are going to take the semi truck back at Lease, and I don't know, we'll either pick it up today or have one of the employees come back and pick it up and take this back to town, or back to the rental. I'm in this field right here. I got a little bit of chance. I want to take a quick little peek at something. All right, shut the door, lock the key. All right, key it up, there we go. And as normal, take the key, put it back in the back behind the rates. Alrighty. Wow, this is a nice little chunk of land right here. It's got some good mildew residue right here. Would be interesting to see what this right here would run. 1.1 million. 1.1 million for that land. Wow. Man, it is a good piece of land though. How much are they leasing it for? Because it's nothing in the ground there, so it might be on the leasing market. What field number is this? 23. Let's look at the leasing market because that's 23. Field 23. Lease for, okay. Let me go home and think about that because that's not a bad price. Only $11,000. Probably could get something planted in there like wheat or something like that pretty quickly. But in the meantime, we need to head on back to the farm, get the old peat fired back up, let her start warming up. We do have some issues with weeds in this field. It is pretty obvious. Right here you got some more of your water weeds or kind of weeds you don't want. Also need a little bit of fungicides. I can see a little bit of trace of southern rust coming in here, but nothing too severe. Alrighty, we'll leave that back there. Hopefully it's good enough back there in the back that we don't got to worry about anybody seeing it and wanting to come mess around with it. I don't like it when people start messing around with my equipment. Alrighty, got the Peter built. Now we're good to go. Head back down the road and on to the next job of the day, which is probably going to be some type of spraying herbicide. Alrighty, so we just paid $30,000 for all the fertilizer we ended up using, and now we have ourselves a load of herbicide. Of course, haven't paid for it yet. We gotta wait until, or we paid for a little bit, honestly, probably about $10,000 worth of it, just to give them a little bit of a down deposit on the load. But we're gonna have to pay for the rest of it as we use it in return what we have not used yet later. One thing I definitely would like to do is possibly get like another one of these tanks and put it on the back of here again, just so we have more tanks to be able to move more herbicide, more fertilizer, and more stuff like that. Go ahead and turn on in here, got the engine right there. Alrighty, so next big job of the day would be getting on up into the sprayer, and let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Now of course this is a John Deere 4730. I can't wait to use it. Honestly, I've never used one of these tractors, so I'm excited just to be able to use a different type of sprayer. Start loading that up. All right, we're filling that in. We got at least a couple of good loads inside of here. We're good to go here. So just take a little bit of a quick peek. So this is what will show us like where our bad places are with our weeds. So 46 has some bad weeds in it. 51, yeah, we have some really bad weeded areas in some areas. So let's actually go ahead and start with, honestly, I'm thinking we go from here down this way, pick up those, come back up this way, pick up these two. So we're not going to start with like all these right here. Unless, depending on how many times we have to come back for unloading or loading up. And I will say it's definitely been a little bit slower of a day here on the farm, but there's a lot of chores that need to be done, and spraying, of course, and putting down side dressing are necessary things we have to do here on the farm. All right, go ahead and expand the wings all the way out. With it being beans, I kind of want them a little bit more flush. Don't really need it curled at all. Oh, again, I'm bad about this. Monitor. Push this to the ponds. Play pond. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and get all these weeds sprayed out so that we're done with all the weeds in all the farms. And just like that, all the fields are now sprayed and de-weeded. We don't got to worry about spraying for weeds anymore, and we are good as of now. Now I gotta call them up and pay them. We ended up taking about 2 loads from the semi truck in total, so we're probably gonna be looking at about another $45,000 spent on just herbicide this year. But the farms are looking incredible, and now hopefully they're a little bit stronger and they'll last a little bit better. Pull on into the farm here, and we are good on this end. I think it's time to park this back up, and we are done. Now I do actually have something coming in here in a little bit. Semi truck, actually let me rephrase that. I've got to go pick it up with the semi truck, and hopefully it is going to be able to help us out with our chores this year on the farm. Let's go ahead and take this off. All right, just gotta take it in here. You gotta be careful. These are heavy as I'll get out, and we're just gonna kind of move it on in here to the back of the shed where it will sit until probably next year. Just extend the boom out. Perfect. Good there on that end. So we're good with this. We'll just go ahead and shut the old John Deere down. All right, next task we gotta do today is, let's go ahead and head back over there. I'll get my wife to take me over there and pick up our John Deere and actually take back the attachment. All right, my wife just left. While she's left, I'm just going to take a little quick glance. Yeah, we still got some in there, but not much. Just want to take a quick glance over everything, make sure that she's good and there's nothing broken that we need to look at replacing real fast before we take her back, because we are on the hook for that. I mean, there's something about this machine, just the way it looks out here in the field, that just looks so beautiful. I do honestly love this kind of like area in these fields. But sadly, it's about time to put the duals back on her. Now that she's done her job of putting side dressing on for the year, she will be put the duals back on her, because tillage is right around the corner. And as you can see, we are right here in the semi truck and we're hauling something yellow and black, and I'm so excited for it today. We are actually hauling ourselves a New Holland CR11. I am so excited to finally be able to do that. And don't forget the header. Don't ask me how we have the header hooked up, we just do. So we're hauling this from all the way from the New Holland plant, and it took us a hot minute. We actually are renting this thing because I was like, you know what, I want to use it, so we rented it. So we got some crops to go ahead and start knocking out. The first thing we have to knock out with it is the oats, and then I'm hoping to transfer it into beans and keep the gleaner only for the corn. So that is kind of what the hopes and the goal is going to be, because I think this is going to be a little bit better of a combine for those. I don't think I turned wide enough. I did not turn wide enough. Let's go, 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 go. Don't get stuck. Please don't get stuck. Header trailer. Yeah, header trailer went a little bit deeper in there than I wanted it to. So we'll just go ahead and pull this on up into here. So I'm excited personally that we finally get to use a CR11, especially as a gentleman with the new game FS25 coming out. This is going to be the combine that everybody's going to be using. And I love it. I love the fact that we're going to be having these opportunities to play this more. Got the header trailer unhooked. Now all we got to do is kind of back this up right here and detach. There we go. Pull forward. Now we should be able to take the CR11 off, fire it up. I will say this is a beautiful combine, and honestly, I'm all for it. Let's go ahead and unfold the thing. Oh yeah, we are gonna do some damage with crops on this thing. Now, as you can definitely see, this is not the American version of this combine. This is more of a European version, but you know, I'm not against it. They didn't have an American version of this, sadly, so we're just gonna take what we can get. For combine, at least we have our combine figured out what we're gonna be using. So we have that hooked up, ready to go right there. We gotta hook the semi truck trailer back up, park it out of the way, and actually grab a green truck or two, because we have a lot to get done. And I'm actually going to only take one grain trailer. I'm not even going to take the auger wagon right now because there's so little amount of fields that need to be done, and we got a lot of time to get them done. So I'm not going to worry honestly about the little stuff when it comes to it. So I'll probably stop and use it. Honestly, we'll just probably take the Ford. Yeah, we'll just take the Ford with us instead of taking the Peterbilt right now. It's just oats what we have planted, and there's a small number of it planted, so I'm not really too big into making sure that everything is 100% out there. Like, we got the grain cart running, all that running. I really don't want to run this grain through too many different types of augers. All right, and now that those two are ready to rock or roll, we'll go ahead and take it down to the first field. Let's go ahead and turn the hazards on, turn this thing back on. Beacons. I just want to point out this detail. Look at the way these lights are. They are actually beautiful. I'm so excited to use this combine in FS25, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are as well and you do play on PC, consider using my link down below to purchase the game. It does help out the channel a lot, and I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alrighty, we're here at the field. Just got to make a little bit of a turn. Don't want to make it too harsh of a turn for the semi truck. He should be able to make that. All right, now we have the combine parked up here, ready to go. We got it detached here in the back. No, that's detached. We can go ahead and unfold the combine completely. You know, the more I look around up here, this area up here would not be a bad area to start mowing it, or probably cultivate like these side pieces under and get a little bit more of an extra bit of field out of it, which honestly, I'm for more of an acreage. I would not mind that. Just gotta drive underneath these. We should be good there. Stop it, stop. There we go. Go, put that into play, and should be spitting out straw. Yep, there it is. Perfect. So that is the main thing we're after with this, is we're after the straw. That is pretty much the whole reason we did it, was just so we can get the straw out of this thing. Oh yeah. Doesn't seem like we're kicking out too much. We're actually getting 132 bushels to the acre. Since we're getting that kind of acreage, just want to take a little bit of a quick look. One thing I don't like about this header is it is an auger fed header. Not the biggest fan of those, especially when it comes to actually doing grains like this. Yeah, I mean, don't look terrible. Straw looks pretty good. Don't see a whole lot in there. I can see some shadow loss over here, but that's pretty much about it. So we should be good with it. So I think it's no better time but right now to go ahead and get this entire field knocked out and move on to the next ones. Hopefully we make a pretty good dent in the oats fields. And just like that, we were able to go ahead and finish up this fill. We didn't fill up the truck, or let me rephrase this, we ain't filled it up yet. I think we do have enough in there where we filled it up at least one full time. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we did fill it up all the way, and this field was actually a little bit less yielding wise than I thought we were gonna get. We still got 130 bushel per acre average. I think that's decent, not the best but not the worst kind of an average. If we would have put down a little bit more nitrogen or a little bit more fertilizer down, probably would have did better, but for right now it could have been a lot worse than what it is right now. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to put the header back on the header trailer. There, perfect. Go ahead and make sure we don't mess anything up. Get this thing kind of turned around and ready to rock and roll. Then we got to take the oats. One thing I do want to take a look at, see what the price of oats are at. Prices aren't the best actually right now. They get better closer to December, because right now we are in August, actually, when they're in the worst. So yeah, we're gonna be putting up all of our oats because that is not a good price at all. So let's go and fire the old girl up. Go ahead and give a little bit of a quick turnaround. Let's go ahead and head back to the shop. We'll put this in our grain storage for right now. I think that'll be our best case scenario. This $45 a bushel is decent, but honestly, we're after the best price we can get, and $45 just is not the best price that we know we can get out of this thing. And you know, I'm just realizing I've yet to drive this truck yet. It's actually a really nice truck. One thing I really don't like about this truck is how low down to the ground the front end is, but other than that, I mean, I can live with it. What I remember being told about this farm when I bought it, this used to be the farmer's first ever semi-truck and trailer. This most likely is the longest lasting piece of equipment here on this farm, and being honest, I really don't plan to trade in because of how nice it is. Go ahead and unload the first bit of grain. Why's our money going up? Whoa, 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 whoa. We own this, don't we? Well, looks like we're selling instead of keeping. I've actually never ran into this problem. I didn't, okay. Alrighty, so I got a little bit of complaint here. Looks like there's no place to actually store grain here on this map. So pretty much everything we're doing, and we're just selling immediately. We're gonna take it to Lease, the best price place from now on, and just do it like that. It really does suck because I was hoping that we were able to store grain, do all that kind of fun stuff, so when the price is the best. Well, we're not. This map has nowhere, and I really don't feel like on my farm trying to figure out how to put down a grain silo when I already have one on my farm. Apparently that is already a sell location, and yeah, it's a whole bunch of fun stuff. I don't really know if you guys know of a version of this map that doesn't do this. Please let me know. I would be more than glad to look at it, but I don't know why this version did it. But at least right now, we'll go ahead and load up all of the oats from this combine into us and head on down to the next field. All right, pull this thing up. There we go. We should be good to go like that. Now we got that field done. We just got to run down here. We got 2 more fields left to do with this combine setup, and we should be good from there. All right, just got to pull on down here, unfold. Don't run into the person's crop. Don't pay attention to that. Yep. Ooh, this is a fun way to hook up. May not be the best way, but that's the way we're going with right now. All righty, so let's go ahead and put this down and start combining this field. I will say this is honestly a little bit better than what I was expecting to yield with 130. I was expecting around the 90-ish range. So 130, honestly, I could live with these kind of yields. And if we're looking at better than average yields on this, where I did put down a lot of nitrogen and a lot of extra help with the corn, I can't wait to see what that looks like. Honestly, with that, I'm probably expecting one of the better yields that we'll see. So far, everything looks like it's running pretty good. I'm running into some issues here and there with this combine. Don't really like the way some of these things are set up, but we'll go ahead and at least continue using it for right now. I did lease it for the entire year, so since we leased it, we might as well keep it going. I'm finding the monitor a lot, as you can tell. Just missed the entire row. Now, one thing I am starting to really realize is we probably could have put all this in the corn and beans and been fine. The only reason we didn't is because we wanted the straw. Starting now to realize we probably should have put it in the corn and beans. So I am doing 3 headland passes on this one, where the other one I did 2. The only reason I'm doing 3 right now is because of that river right there. I don't really want to go into it. So me doing 3 just make me feel safer. And the safer I feel at the end of the day, the better, in my opinion. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with harvesting. Gotta go ahead and get over this. I will give this combine, it did a pretty good job. Once I kind of got the monitors figured out here on this next field, I believe this is a little bit better of a combine than what I was originally intending it to be. I actually love the CR11, and the header is not the biggest header in the world. I think it's a 41-foot header. I would personally prefer a 61-foot header, but that'll be coming soon, I think. We gotta take this thing back to the shop though, wash it up and get it ready for some good old harvest of beans here soon. And just like that, we're gonna take this on back to the shop. We do need to probably pull out the baler, get that started. Probably got a lot of more work that we need to get done. So let's get this back to the shop and see what's left on the agenda for the day. All right, I gotta pull on out of here. So right now what we've been doing is I contacted a local farmer who owns a bin site near one of our cornfields, and we've just been selling it there. He needs the oats, so we're selling it to him. We're not making much money off it, but we're making enough to pay for what we need. All right, I just pull on in here. So this is the place where we've been selling our grain at. He's also told me that he's also going to be accepting most of corn, everything like that as well. I'm still a little furious about the fact that we can't store our grain. I would rather store grain than to be selling it like this. And we made over $100,000. I want to say we made close to 130-ish thousand, which isn't a whole lot, but it's enough to at least get us through the bad time. So we do got a little bit longer left before we need to pay off the loans. I am going to consider paying off the $100,000 loan, so we're left with the 920,000 left ish. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's just go ahead and pay that off once we get back to the farm, so that we've made progress. Alrighty, pull on into the yard as normal, and everything is back here. We're good to go on that aspect. So there's a couple things we do need to get ready to rock and roll. First thing is we need to find our baling tractor, because we are going to go ahead and hook up the baler, get that out there to the field. Do we have a baler? Wait a minute. Yeah, I do. I should have a baler. I'm sorry. I'm about 90% sure I have a baler. If I don't, I really don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I do. Should be, yeah, there it is. Okay, so we do have a baler. We have a Vermeer baler, which is a little bit better of a baler than what we've been using before. Go ahead and move this sucker out of the way. And I know everything's just kind of stuck everywhere, and we don't really have a rhyme or reason to stuff right now, I know, but everything's gonna make sense the time we get done. So we are gonna go ahead and hook this up. We're gonna go over it and get ready. But before we do that, we need to actually come here, and so we need to pay that, make special payment, and that is completely paid off. So we no longer have that payment left on us. We have $100,000 left, and we need roughly $820,000 left. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last episode of the farewell series, and this is going to be the last time, honestly, that we're having to record this series. Got everything ready to rock and roll today. As you can see here, all of our fields are currently ready to harvest, so we've got a lot of harvesting in front of us today, and the CR11 is ready to rock and roll. Got her cleaned up and making her nice and pretty. On top of the CR11 ready to go, we also went ahead and pulled the gleaner out because there's a lot of work that needs to be done today. And I'm super excited / nervous to figure out what's all gonna happen here because it's the last episode. So first thing we gotta do today is we gotta hook up or it should already be hooked up. Let's see, our grain cart in here should be hooked up already. Oh yeah, it's ready to rock and roll. An old 1050 with a good old Case IH quadrite. You just never can go wrong. I love this kind of pairing. I've used it actually quite a few times, so I may love it a little too much, but hey, we'll take what we can get. Push come to shove, I might switch it out for another tractor like the John Deere's. If I put the duals back on that one tractor, I could probably switch it out for the other John Deere, the one we use for side dressing. But it's not like we have a lot to really do. So I did read your comments, actually. Let's address this. I read the comments about this right here, and I was so mad. All you gotta do is walk up to over here, and you can buy it. It's $100,000. So I wish I would have known that before I realistically bought all this and I was setting up this map. So what I am going to do, just so you guys do understand, I did buy it, but honestly, since it's here on the property and you buy the property, I honestly think it should come with it. So I do think it's only fair to add the money back in because it looks like it should come with the farm. It is on the farm, so it should come in my opinion. So I'm not going to view that as cheating as much. So I mean, beans. So we got 4 fields of beans that we have to go ahead and immediately knock out. So let's go ahead and get those ready to rock and roll. I'm actually going to use the gleaner to harvest this little set of beans right there. And I'm going to set up the New Holland right across the road. And by right across the road, I mean the one field right there. But I'm just going to park it up in here so I can unload the header first. So go ahead and unfold it again. Alrighty, got all this hooked up. So now the first thing I'm immediately gonna do, ooh, make sure. Okay, yeah, we got the right field. We are gonna jump onto this. Oh, we don't want beans. There we go. All right, we're spreading it out like we should be spreading it out. Now let's just go ahead and knock out some of these headlands real fast and go ahead and say Chris doing up and down rows real fast, which hopefully this field won't take too long. I know that these combines have a pretty good grain tanks on them, so I don't really need to worry about running too much of a grain cart. Alrighty, so we got an AI worker currently working on it. It is coarse play. One thing I really don't like about coarse play is for the bean ground, it is going to put down a swath row, because with this map you can do swath rows of beans. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but hey, it is what it is. So let's go ahead and move over here to the gleaner, which is exactly where we need to be sitting, because we got a long day ahead of us of harvesting. I'm hoping that I can get in contact with New Holland also to pick up a corn header, because we're going to need it for that New Holland. So one weird thing about this combine is the way you have to go in at it. It is kind of like set to an offset. I haven't really seen a combine like this before in real life, so it's just kind of something I'm having to get used to. All right, I want those to be a little bit more aggressive. So there we go. Now we're starting to lay all the beans on. Keep the spinner on. There, perfect. That's all we had to do is just kick that little bit of a spinner on, and we should be pretty good to go. So with no further ado, let's go ahead and get all of this bean ground kind of harvested up, which it should take a little bit of a minute. Alrighty, so we got this entire combine moved down here to the bottom field. I think this is, trying to look, 51 would be our next field for our other combine. So right now we've just been kind of trucking along, getting everything kind of done. Chris has done a pretty good job. Had Jacob jump in this for a little bit because I'm the main person that runs the grain cart, just because I don't want any of them messing it up. And speaking about that, I'm probably just going to put Jacob back in this and get back to the grain cart so I can start running back and forth. Alrighty, so right there we have the first semi truck full of beans, which is just going to be kind of put back there in our grain bins right now, but at least we do have a semi truck full of beans for once. And actually that guy isn't too full, and neither is the other one, so I'm gonna leave that right there for a second. Let's run back over here, go ahead and dump this and pull the truck into the actual field so we're not worrying too much about running back and forth. So we're gonna do this a little bit weird because we have to go back and forth from up there and in this field. We are going to kind of back this semi truck up just a little bit and park right here in the road, so we'll unload in the middle of the road. I hate to kind of do it, but sometimes you gotta do what you don't want to do, and I ended up lollygagging around too much and letting this guy get full over here. So let's kind of run over here, unload him, and go figure out what's wrong with the other combine. So one good thing about this CR11 combine, it has a ridiculous unload rate, so it kind of gives us a little bit faster. It kind of helps us out with how fast it unloads. All right, so I went over there where the other combine is, kind of fixed him. He was kind of stuck around a tree, couldn't figure out around it, so I kind of helped him around it. Now we're just gonna grab him while he's on his way back, just to make sure we unload him a little bit. So instead of standing over here like I thought we were, the other guy sent me a text that he is ready to be unloaded, so let's kind of rush over there and unload him real fast, because he will definitely end up needing it. Gotta drive a little bit on the beans, just kind of go ahead and get him out a little bit quicker. Really don't feel like driving all the way across the field, because time is money. So this is one thing I do really like about the Courseplay mod, is how they operate it. Like, this is one of the best examples I could probably show you, is like this right here, of how the Courseplay mod actually just backs it up and does this. I'm excited to see if the new GPS in Farm Sim 25 does this or not. Alright, go across this right here. So one good thing about this road right here is there's not many people going up and down this road right now. Mainly the other farmers that do farm anywhere near here, aka the guy who farms that back lot over there, has a different route to get through there. They really don't like coming up and down here, because of course they know that I and a couple other farmers, or one or two more farmers, do use this road a lot. Of course I'm the main one right now because I do own the biggest farm on this side of the county. Alrighty, so right now I'm gonna head over here. Oh, I don't like going through those ditches like that, but it is kind of what it is. And right now we are working on our last two, keyword here, last two bean fields of the year, and then we will be officially done with beans. Then we gotta get everything set up and going on corn, because we got a lot of corn to get done in a short amount of time. But the good thing about the cornfields, we gotta start here at the home plot, then we're moving over here to 47, and then we got these two massive fields down here, and then we are done with all of the harvesting, thank you God. So right now I'm just going to pull on in this field, and we should be able to catch him pretty quickly, depending on where he's at in the field specifically. One thing I really do want to look at doing still is possibly just going ahead and putting the John Deere on here instead of the K Squad Track. I love the old K Squad Track, honestly. It's kind of hard for me not to want to keep using her. So we're just going to kind of let it unload a little bit, kind of stay a little bit back. Not really focused on staying up on top of it for right now, because we still got a long ways left in this harvest and not a whole lot of time left to really do it all. So we're just going to unload all these beans real fast. Actually, while that's doing that, I'm going to run up to the shop and let's go ahead and start the cultivating going. All right, so I got one of the guys already out here started on a cultivation. He's just gonna do some up and down passes. Gonna leave a little bit of problems here and there, but we'll go back through and clean it up later. Good Lord, that machine over there has been putting in some work, kind of getting all that kind of cultivated out. As you see, I kind of said he was just gonna kind of do a little bit here and there. He's not really doing a whole lot, just dial in the disc a little bit before we get him started on one of the bigger fields. So I ended up switching with the guy who's running this combine before, just to make things a little bit more simple. I'm gonna knock it out in the quicker way instead of just doing the up and down. I've also turned back on the spreader just to go ahead and spread out all the bean straw, and we don't got to really worry about baling it, because we're not baling this. It's all gonna be discs or cultivated right underneath. I wish it really wouldn't produce this, but it did what it did. Alrighty, there we go. Now we just got to take this on down the road. And this combine is pretty much done with beans, because that was our last little bit of beans they had to do. And this combine's gonna switch to corn. And let's go ahead and get the jokes out of the way. I know gleaners have more corn on the ground behind them than in them, but I'm gonna trust the gleaner that can keep it in, I hope. So right now I kind of taking a little bit of a risk, and we're going to use the old semi truck here, the old Ford, as a grain chaser. Probably not the best idea. I do probably want to get the wagon hooked up, but it was kind of this or nothing for a second, and I want to get this combine back up and rolling as soon as I could. Alrighty, so we ended up hooking up the Brent wagon. Yes, it may take a hot minute for it to unload, but we can at least do a little bit more chasing with this. I also went ahead real quickly, threw on the duals back on this sucker, so at least we have what we need to be able to get this chased and unloaded, because corn is definitely going to need its own little bit of a wagon type deal. So the New Holland is currently parked. I'm going to talk to New Holland here in a little bit, see if I can get a hold of a header of some sort, or call one of the other companies that make headers for combines, see what we can get out here. But right now we are chopping away with our corn header. She seems like she's doing pretty good. I don't really see a whole lot wrong with her. Honestly, the gleaner, for what I've seen in this little pile right here, is doing pretty good. Which actually, we can play this smart. We probably should. I'm gonna get my wife to drop me off down there, and let's go pick up ourselves some actual grain carts so we can quit using this and get into the actual equipment. You know, one thing I don't like about this is this train. Oh, let me go. Oh, yep. We're just gonna, yep. Don't mind me. I'm okay. Look, still not up. It's still not up yet. Hold up. How long until it goes up? Oh, it took it a long time to go up. I'm glad I just went around. Alrighty, so just like that, we can kind of take a few seconds here and look and see what everything should be worth in the bin so far. So if you kind of see here what everything's kind of worth that we have, we're just going to go off with like the main crop. So beans right here, right now it's only valued at $340,000. But go over here, its max sale price in July will be $683,000. So that does put us really close to our goal. I think at the end of the day, because that is what it will eventually become, we're going to shoot for that to be our main target of just setting that up, because realistically we would wait to sell it in real life for the proper time to get the most amount of money, not just sell it immediately because we're moving farms. And I'm just going to kind of move with the combine for a little bit here, and this is actually going to be the last little bit of the pass of this first field, and we're actually getting pretty late here into the day. We've already been going on this for about a good 4-ish hours, just working on getting all of this corn and all this fun stuff done. Right, there we go. Now we'll fold it back up, and the good old gleaner is heading down the road to the next field, because legitimately we are going to do every single field that we can. Alrighty, so went ahead and switched out the tractors. I kind of wanted this on the grain cart. It just looks too good not to be on the grain cart. Plus, I just like running it. It's a nice tractor. It's a well-built tractor, honestly. All right, we're just letting the gleaner keep going. We're about full. I'm gonna let him keep going all the way around while I go get the semi-truck really fast. Yes, semi-truck is empty. Making sure. All righty, so I've decided I'm actually going to stop for a little bit, get my wife to come pick me up. I'm gonna eat, and I'm actually gonna do me a little bit of a live stream. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna stop, do a live stream, and I'll see you guys once the live stream's done. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a time lapse, because I want to see all of you great people tonight.
I was walking out one evening late. The moon was rising high, headed for the riverside. Around us fuss and fight. Patrolman, he walked by, asked me where I'm going. Said if the sun set on me there, I'd never make it home. He said, don't go downtown tonight, there's trouble on the rise. The Batman in the shadows, and they're bound to take your life. I'll tell you how I do. Keep your money in your pocket, then the razor in your shoe. Slipping silent through the creek, the hounds to lose my scent. I went up a tree and I watched them turn, wondering where I went. I take a rest, I hold my breath, I let it simmer down. I climb too high in my wandering eye, spied the lights of town. He said, don't go downtown tonight, there's trouble on the rise. The bad men in the shadows, oh, they're bound to take your life. But if you mind to ramble still, I'll tell you how to do. Keep your money in your pocket, boy, and the razor in your shoe. There's trouble on the rise. Bad men in the shadows is bound to take your life. But if you mind to ramble still, I'll tell you how to do. Keep your money in your pocket, boy, and a razor in your shoe. Keep your money in your pocket, son, and a razor in your shoe.
Soul searching, fall apart, tunnel vision, hiding in the dark. Well, I ain't gonna holler before I really bleed. Salvation, a quick fix remedy. You said I never could change. I thought I never could change. They said I never could change. Damn right, never would. Leave the light on. Leave the light on. Just leave the light on. Yeah, leave the light on. If I'll ever change, dreaming of Nashville, Tennessee, while the cold here in Sweden got the best of me. Well, haven't I got better things to think about than that? Like deadlines, rents due, bills pile up, family day in, day out, the clock's mocking me, getting old. Oh, got the kids deserve so much more than this. Gotta get rich. You said I never could, ever could change. I thought I never could, ever could change. They said I never could, ever could change. Damn right, I never would. Leave the light on. Oh. Leave the light on. Oh. Leave the light on. Oh. Just leave the light on. Oh. If I never change, if I never change, if I never change, if I never change, if I never change.
By the road with an ache in my head, in the wrong side of town. Left you sleeping alone in your bed. I guess I did let you down. In a wake up state and out too late, trying to start over new. What I wanted to be never came to me. I've lost my way to you. I remember the words that you said when I pledged you my time. You would never get out of my head. You would always be mine. In a wake up state and out too late, trying to start over new. What I wanted to be never came to me. I've lost my way to you. By the road with an ache in my head, in the wrong
We got all the
side.
combines, all the trucks parked back up here, and this is where we're gonna call it quits, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys. Thank you so very much for the love support y'all showed to me and everybody here. We hit the goal without a shadow of doubt with all the corn that was in this field and that field over there. Also, all the Ruby shenanigans we did during the live streams. Thank you everybody for showing up for all that fun stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, for one last times on this series, and of course, until 25 comes out, for me, the entire family, thank you so very much. We'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.